Croissant? Put that in your VOD and watch it. Oh shit. Bacon, now you've spied me. I'm perceived. I'm no longer quantum. Touché. We had to hit the store before starting today, and it was the $4 day-old box. And the donut one looked a little bit hinky, but the croissant and muffins one was top tier. And Mental Monk, first. You're on it today. Sorry, VOD watchers. Aside from watching me stuff my face, nothing for you. Everyone's too quick. Enough, Mental Monk, you got it. And Bacon, stop telling everybody you're dead. There it is, Mental Monk, you're on the board. Dustin is currently in the lead with 2, but yourself, Yeti, and Moose all have 1. And this month is far from over. Speaking of Yeti, what ho and welcome. Come on in, friends. Croissant? Aeon, what and welcome. Come on in, coming in. I got to bring up Project Silverfish organically in a conversation today. I'm very proud of this. And yes, I am on early. I had an early morning call, and we popped the store, and now we're here. You know, 12 starts are coming. Well, it's good because, like, you know, I get to see all the Seattle and West Coast crew later in the day, but for the European and the early risers, you know, I miss you a lot when I don't see you this hour. Yeah. Shitaru, I can thank you. Filling that pint glass, getting it ready. Oh. Coming in, friends, coming in. Sorry. Just letting Discord know, letting Blue Sky know, letting your mum know. You can tell her I say hi, by the way. Ah, and Lyoshi, that's good to hear. Sorry it's been a long week. Like, time truncation is real in that sense of these weeks feel like they are a month long and yet somehow scream past at the same time. Cheers all. And Little Fire got me a treat today. Yeah, a Red Bull all my own. And Dustin, I hope you have an excellent one. We're getting into the meat of Blueprints, and that game is so phenomenal. Anyway, friends, I cannot cure the world's ills for sure, but today I offer you banter, I offer you enthusiasm, a cheery smile, and stories of video games of overthrowing corrupt governments with a giant robot. Also, we'll be getting into blueprints later on today. But, you know, I'll take my time, hang out with all of you lot. Like, having Thursdays specifically for Puzzle Sickos is really good. It's just, I know there's a bunch of you that are saving blueprints as they play through yourself, and believe me, now that I've played it, I get it. I get it. Like, is it, I think it's Lyoshi, it's yourself that was asking me last week, like, how much I think I've finished. I hope you did take stock of what I said. Because if this ends up being, like, Outer Wilds, which, I thought would only be 2 streams long, how wrong I was. Outer Wilds. The game that taught me that how long to beat. What a genuine, measurement. Anyway, I hope you're all doing good. And if not, I hope I can change that. Fearless. I don't know, like I said, they texted me once you were like sat and cat settled so I could get started. And I really appreciate that. Tell your cats I say hi. How you doing, mate? I personally, I don't have much in the way of news or otherwise to tell you. Me and Jess played Windrose last night, and Windrose is brilliant. What is hilarious about Windrose is... Hell yeah. J-Post. That's a proper cannonball. Now, is the Destructoid head still in there, or did you manage to displace it? That's the question. Like a little prize in your cereal. Seriously, thank you. Yeah, so Jess and I have been playing Windrose. Windrose is brilliant. And what is so fascinating about it is that it's such an easy game to understand why. Hang on, let me tell... I'm just gonna... Let's steal that one from last week. That was a good one. Lyoshi said I guessed around 80%, maybe 4 or 5 streams left. We'll see how swiftly it goes. And there we go.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
What ho?
Stepagen, what ho and welcome. Come on in, friend. Thank you for the zenith of sub numbers, 91 months no less. Thank you. Oh, I didn't see that Aliens Fireteam is getting a sequel, so let's fucking go. There we go, Shitaru. Keep those all Destructoid robots locked up. Yeah, Hoffers, I actually made it on time. And Martin, what ho and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. You know, I can absolutely adjust the audio levels. That is no worry. There we go. Hopefully that's a little better. Oh, J-Post. Like, there are lots of things that are great about, like, moving to a world where there's loads of, like, work-from-home jobs and things like that. The cacophony of Slack pins when something has gone wrong while you're sleeping is not one of them. And DJ Coil, yo-ho and yahar! How are you doing? And Megaboss, what ho and welcome. Come on in, come on in. So, like I said, I had a call with an industry friendo earlier today, which was really nice. And one of the things that's wild, like, games as a medium is still growing. Now, from a technological standpoint, i.e. like visual fidelity, we've kind of gone as far as we're probably gonna go, which is cool. Catastros, return welcome. And, you know, we're really seeing this like Cambrian explosion of creativity the last couple years. You know, I'm sure you're all sick to death of me talking about Project Silverfish, but, you know, Project Silverfish is wild. When you stop and think about it, like, you know, hardcore non-human shooter set in a fictional, like, alternate apocalyptic Canada where you're all lizard people, but with realistic guns, right? That's one of those things that's like, all right, I see the creativity, I see the through line, but as I said, me and Jess were playing Windrose. We got really into it last night. We finally got our ships. Yeah, spoiler, in a pirate game, you get a pirate ship. Sorry you had to find out like this. But the quality of it is phenomenal. But what's staggering to me is it's just a smartly made good game. There's nothing about it that will make you go, oh my god, I can't believe they thought of this. The base building and exploration, Valheim. The kit, like armor sets and things like that, very, I mean, I'd call it more Neo than Diablo, but yeah, it's armor sets, color rankings, upgradable. DJ Coil, depends on the kind of slacks you're wearing. I am Jack's inherent entropy. Man, there's a reference. Like, the naval combat is the good bits from Black Flag. It's not as... It's not as painfully hardcore as it could be, but it's got enough, like, meat to it that makes you feel good. You know, the aiming, firing systems for, like, ship-to-ship combat, again, it's Black Flag. And all of these elements come together to make something that slaps. And it's so wild to me because, like, it's just a combination of good things doing good. And yeah, Ray, they could have some more shanties, but the shanties are good, and I did find myself singing along last night. I haven't had a shanty night in a while. Like, it is good. And the thing I keep thinking about is, like, you know, like you mentioned Nightingale. Now, Nightingale had a very rough go of it. It's not a clean launch. If you haven't seen it, let me show you. But Nightingale had a rough launch like 2 years ago. It has still got over 10,000 positive reviews, 10,000 reviews on Steam. This is a game that has sold. Oh, Wellity, Wellity, Wellity. Look who it is. How you feeling, friend? I assume because you actually got to the outside world better. I'll have you know my bloodline is strong, despite its English nature. The way of the hoodie was not merely adopted, it's a lifestyle.
Had a hard time with sea shanties. Never got to the high seas.
Bravo, bravo. Vershi, I don't know how to tell you this, but France isn't real. France isn't real. The British made it up to make themselves feel better. No, I hope you have a really good time. And feel free to spam the IRL channel with some holiday pitch and stuff so we can live vicariously through your adventures. Exactly, Hoffers. For some, the hoodie is merely an accessory. A cheap garment acquired at a festival or fair or convention. For some of us, the hoodie is a life. And John Deere, that is a full yippee! Wolfgrad, whatto and welcome. Come on in, friends. Come on in. And Ehrman, seriously, thank you for the 500 bits. Like, thank you all. But yeah, sorry. The thing I wanted to point to with Nightingale is that it did not have a great launch, but on its premise and concept, it has maintained, it has lived, right? And it is sold really good. Like, this is a kind of title that people want, that sells. And it annoys me that we don't see these titles talked about more in biz dev situations, because, like, there is no reason Windrose should have been the first, right? Like, Valheim did a lot of things first that were very smart, that I think maybe someone would have come up with eventually, but I don't know if someone would have put all of those parts together. But now we have an incredibly successful blueprint for a game. And yet, it's just, I know we talk about Highguard a lot, and I think the tragedy of Highguard is just the sheer amount of wasted talent. Like, the amount of wasted money, wasted talent. And that Highguard was originally going to be a game like this, but this, if it was a non-copyright infringing He-Man game, I'd play the fuck out of that. But the higher-ups were like, no, we have to chase the esports crowd. And then they turn around and go, man, it's the state of the market. People just aren't buying games. They aren't playing games anymore. Yes, they fucking are. You just didn't stop to ask players. What you did is you tried to tell them. Because you're a big business white man and you know better. Except you don't. But yeah, so I highly recommend playing Windrose if you get the chance. I definitely recommend playing it with a friendo, but you could have a good time playing it solo, which is wild. I appreciate the amount of blood, sweat, and tears you got to put in until you get your ship. It makes you feel like it's yours. Well, I mean, Vershi, but pretty much, yeah. Well, Windrose, Far Far West, Slay the Spire, like, the customer is always right in matters of taste. Now, do you need to market your game? Yes. Do you need to tell people about your game? Yes. But what you can't do is make a genre of games that does not sell or does not push the quality threshold and then sit around and go, why did this not happen? True, Vershi, true. Marathon's there. Though it is interesting to me, the more I read up on Arc Raiders continuation, like, the more they are suffering from exactly the same problems that killed the cycle, i.e. cheating. And it's going to be interesting to see how long they can maintain.
We have rendered our first person. They shall be your avatar through the Afuli shopping district. They _no mind.
Fill in the blanks, everybody. Ugly Shopping District Edition. Akari, thank you for the 200. Yeah. Oh, and sorry, as Ray was pointing out, so Windrose, Nightingale is currently 50% off at the moment. I can't say I recommend this because I have not had hands-on with it. The launch of it was so rough. But, you know, old-timey Victorian nonsense versus strange Feywild automaton. That's a good combo. Oh, I don't know. Hawks, what was I don't know what the ref was thinking. But yeah, it's just, even if Windrose isn't your jam, which is fine, like, much like when we talk about Far Far West, this is a hugely important data point, right? And now that, you know, I've gotten, like, Jess and I each have our own ships, and we've started to get into the meat of the game, like, I get it, right? Because, like, there were loads of Viking-style craft and survival games. Valheim hit the sweet spot. But there have not been that many pirate games. And this has just learned from everybody else what they have been making and what makes it interesting, and putting it all together, and it just fucking slaps. Yeah, and Vershi, by the time you're back from France, like, I think a lot of folks will be deep into it. Much like Megaran, you know I love you and your tunes. I can't talk and listen. This does have the same thing as Valheim in that you have a character that you can take into multiple games. Well, and Hawks, that's the thing. The ship-to-ship combat is very reminiscent of Black Flag. The good bits of Black Flag. Combat systems significantly improved, because Black Flag still unfortunately had the Assassin's Creediness of it hanging over. You know, the equipment and leveling system is taken very much from the, you know, post-Diablo action RPG. It's fucking cool. But there's nothing in this that would, you know, that would shock you. There is no feature that jumps out that goes, holy shit, no one's ever done this before. Like, and again, it probably seems like I'm over-laboring the point because Will found a game he enjoyed. He wants an excuse to talk about it, but like, this game has been out for like, what, a month? And it has outsold the fuck out of everybody. And it's been really hard because there's a bunch of indie games that I love the concept of. And I have to acknowledge that there are certain genres of games that don't sell well. There are certain genres of games that... Oh, and Trash Can, like, that sounds fascinating. We've been deserving a Sid Meier's Pirates successor for a long time. However, if it is a pirate-themed city builder, the amount of times I'm going to sing the Captain Jack Sparrow song, "This is the tale of Captain Jack Sparrow," is incountable. I don't know. Like, the business of video games is so fascinating because you don't want to tell your creatives, hey, don't do that, do this. Because that's exactly the thing of, like, business wankers being like, oh, don't make a craft and survival game. Make a hardcore esports-focused 3v3 game. That'll sell. But in the same breath, there are well-trod genres that do not sell gangbusters. Not without something that's either wildly above the quality threshold or wildly different, you know? So, for example, Expedition 33 sold very, very well. It is a turn-based RPG. And what I am starting to observe is that without something being well above the quality threshold or coming from quote-unquote pedigree, you have to do something really wild to make users move away or move back to turn-based away from action, right? As you all know, turn-based combat was a disambiguation. It was here's a way for us to pretend like we're having a battle. You know, since we have hit more and more powerful consoles, we can have action systems, you know. There is no way the Super Nintendo would have been able to do something like Dragon's Dogma. We can do that now. Yeah. But what's interesting, Chaunerus, is like looking at people releasing like JRPG-inspired turn-based games, and they just don't sell. Because, like, look, I have been struggling with the problem of Dosa Divas for days now. And I have to admit, I want Dosa Divas to succeed, but I don't want to play it. And that is a horrible thing to say, right? If you haven't seen Dosa Divas, you and your homie drive a cooking mech and declare war on evil capitalism by running around the land and cooking people delicious, like, homemade meals to make them turn away from, you know, corpo insta-slop, right? The character designs are fresh, it's colorful, it's interesting. Like, I look at this, and I'm like, why am I not inspired to dive into this personally, like in my downtime? The idea of a big old turn-based RPG feels like such an undertaking. And I was pondering it, I'm just like, you know, sure, we had Expedition 33 that did gangbusters, but aside from that, like, I'm trying to think of other turn-based games that sell, and they're all Squeenix. No, so Chaunerus, this is the same people that did Thirsty Suitors, Outer Loop. They also did that cute little game where you have like a bird on your wrist. Yes, and Scotty, we read about that one. It's always hard with those to know when something is actually going down and when it's hyperbole for click's sake. Well, and virtually, I'm not talking about turn-based in the just the pure, is it action combat or does it take turns? I'm talking about that JRPG, my team, your team, turn, you know? I honestly think it's got to be Dosa Diva's kind of core gameplay. Because the cooking stuff, you know, pick a protein, pick your flavors and your spices, cook them up, let's go. Yeah. Baldur's Gate is also so far above the quality threshold. Like, Baldur's Gate has more game in it than should be legally possible. Like, this is a well-made game. Animation, good. Visual style, good. So why isn't it selling? And the only thing that I can think of is just some genres can't support it could be Lyoshi, it could be there just isn't as much market for turn-based games based purely on their experience, so it's gotta be thematics. And see, with this, the core thematics and the theming is great, but the overall goal is kind of obfuscated, right? I don't know. I don't know. But, again, this isn't to dunk on Dosa Divas. It's just... trying to understand it, and all I can really come to is like just the core genre of it. That the core combat system is still a turn-based one, even if it's a disambiguation. Because like the last turn-based mech game I played that I really enjoyed was Wolfstride. But Wolfstride had some really clever things around like zoning and distance. Like, there's so much to it, but also like its core premise was very easy to understand. Whereas this, the core loop is easy to understand, but the overall, I don't know. And this is the thing, there are some games, I'm gonna say Arc Raiders, that I would love to see, like, fall down a fucking hole. Alright? But this is not one of those games I want to see do poorly. Hell, I want to turn around tomorrow and see that this game has like 2,000 reviews on Steam, and it's just become like a huge hit. Like, I guess the only other thing I was pondering is that, like, the amount that a JRPG asks of you in terms of, like, time and gameplay is not nothing, right? But other titles in a similar vein do not ask as much of you gameplay-wise. So, like, Mixtape. Mixtape dropped today. I won't be streaming it just because the whole point of this game is its soundtrack, and while there is a streamer-safe mode, I think you'd lose a lot of it. Yes, Wolfgrad, that last one was the same studio as Thirsty Suitors. And Thirsty Suitors was a difficult one because the gameplay loop changed between different encounters. I don't know. This is your classic kind of like 90s coming-of-age movie, the video game. Very much Annapurna's Wheel well. I do find the low frame rate animation is either going to be inspired or make me want to puke, and I'm not quite sure which. But this is very much... It's one last adventure, one last soundtrack. Night in the woods, but humans. I guess so, yeah. The thing I was reading about today that was making me smile is there is one little minigame in this where you have your first kiss, and it is super gross. And when the creatives were talking about it was like, it wasn't actually my idea to make it as gross, it was the whole team's. Because your first kiss with another human, it's kind of gross. It's kind of weird. Grosser than the Kratos minigame. They actually mentioned that in the article, which I think is quite fun. And one of the things that is really interesting about it is, like, it's emotionally authentic. Whereas the Kratos fucking minigame is... I mean, what is it? Button mashing to help him sell some copies. Like... I don't think we should stop taking the piss out of God of War for having a sex minigame. I think we should still be ripping the shit out of them. Yeah, sure, Kratos has grown up. He's a dad now. He doesn't do that. But I don't think we should let him off the hook. Yeah. You know what, Aeon, and this is one of those ones where, like, I can't decide if I love the low FPS, the low frames of animation on the characters, or if I fucking hate it. But you know what? I can tell this game apart from all of the Life is Strange titles. Well, Vershi, all I can say is a mini-game became a mega-game, and he raised that boy. Yeah. Anyway, like, this came out today. This is gorgeous. It's super arty. It's already doubly sold what Dosa Divas has done. This is why I'm Friends, I know you know this. Don't be weird. No, just people sending me Steam DMs while I'm live. And it's some fucking weird YouTube video. Like... Like, there's certain games I just can't play unless I put Steam to invisible, because I'll get, like, 4 or 5 DMs from people. I don't know. Anyway. Again, this isn't a dunk on Dosa Divas. I think Dosa Divas is coming from this, like, emotional authenticity, and its approach to food not just as sustenance but as culture and expression. You know, how obsessions with, you know, the quote-unquote health industry and things, how there's so much of the corporate influence on our lives that has taken so much from us, and that food is a one way we can fight back. I think that's really fucking cool. No, so Fearless, I don't mind that. What pisses me off is it's people who don't even check in to see what I'm doing, or if I'm streaming, or if I'm doing what. It's just, you know, I don't know. TPing somebody's house as a cover shooter, that's great. And it's that thing of like, if I was Mr. McStupid Money, okay, firstly, if I ever end up being Mr. McStupid Money, you'll never have to worry again, I promise you that. But I would take the Dosa Divas team and I'd be like, right, I want you to take the concept, the heart, the characters, change nothing in the story. I want you to put it in a different genre. I want you to put it in something that's more engaging for the user. Or, like, I don't know, did we ever come up with a good name for a title like this? You know, where it's predominantly like mini games and reactionary experiences that are all part of a narrative theme, but there's no like gameplay through line. Like Edith Finch, but without the lasting emotional damage. Did we ever come up with a good name for that? Because what was the game that Virals helped on? Is it Code something? No, I'm thinking of Code Cross. Keylocker. Now, how's Keylocker done? 200 reviews in 2 years? It's not terrible. Like, Keylocker had slightly more to it from a combat system, kind of very evocative of Mega Man Battle Network, but at least for my tastes, and at this point we're not talking about business, we're talking about taste. For my taste, Keylocker was asking a lot of me. At least very, very early on. With both... Well, I think one of the things that people missed from like Undertale and, you know, Lisa the Painful and things like that is having a simple entry point and then ramping up the complexity. Yeah, Journalist, I played that stream of it and was like, huh, this is a lot. Never came back to it. And like, from the jump, it asks you to choose your character class and choose a lot of things. You know? Yeah, so Wolfgrad, like, I get what people say when they say walking sim, but like, Edith Finch actually asks you to do a lot of different things in different ways. Like, there's lots of context events, and I wouldn't even call them mini games, but, you know, I don't know. I don't know if we ever came up with a good shorthand for that. Talking sim. There's no sims here. Anyway. Like, The other thing about art is it is also possible to create something in a space that you probably shouldn't, but then you maybe nail certain parts of it that all come together, and you create something that is wildly successful. Genres, I think so. There's also JRPG as a tag asks a lot of you off the jump. Like, the system that you must learn, the different effects and otherwise, there's a lot of front loading, and there's usually a lot of lore thrown at you off the jump. I don't know. One of these days I'll work out an equation to put it together. Because, like, the Final Fantasies do that constantly, but because of what they are, we are very down to clown, right? That front-loaded, you know, systems and things like that, people will struggle through. Same with Persona. God. I don't know if you've ever shown somebody a Persona game who has not encountered JRPGs, but fucking hell. Yeah, well, sorry, Fearless was just saying that something that Stephanie Sterling once said was that making a good walking sim can never be just walking. Like, I wholeheartedly agree. It's ironic the term walking simulator was an insult that became adopted. Right? Like, games started describing themselves as walking sims, but it was originally meant to be a fuck you to Dear Esther. Yes, Virtue, that's a very good point. Like, that independent fan base will bring other people through. I don't know. Look, it's just, why am I obsessed with this? Because I sat down and I played Windrose for 2 nights, and Windrose just makes sense. It makes sense from a biz dev standpoint. It makes sense from a creative standpoint, right? It just makes sense. And nothing about it is revolutionary. Nothing about it is going to blow your socks off. But you will have the best fucking time playing it, because you get to be a pirate with a pirate ship, and you get, you know, the crafting system is a blend of, again, Valheims, but also Diablos. Well, again, I would say Neo, but that's just me being a pedant. And at a time where everybody is talking about what succeeds and what doesn't, what sells and what doesn't, you know, it's hard to stare the formula in the face and then go. It's hard to stare the formula in the face in its obviousness and not be like, huh, it really is just that easy. Now, the conversation I was having with a friendo earlier is like, why don't we hear this discussed at like a biz dev level? Because the people who are throwing money around, they don't want a success, they want a Roblox, they want an everything. They don't want game cost this much, game made this much. They want game cost this much, and then like an infinity symbol infused with like Viking runes as to how much money it prints out. Like, the insanity is well pronounced. Oh, speaking of insanity, Mr. GameStop, we talked about yesterday, has been banned from eBay. It turns out that selling things on eBay to buy eBay doesn't make you any friends. And Dustin, yeah, that's what they're running around looking for, a game that costs nothing to make and will make all the money. And what's so infuriating about it is, like, you can build a sustainable business. Just, you got to be building for sustainability and then grow it. Anyway, so, game news really quick. It is extremely funny to me to read all of these Star Fox opinions this morning. I have no horse in this race. I don't even have a horse. But I have found it very, very funny. Like, there have been some very serious discussions about, has Star Fox lost its way as a franchise? Y'all are lucky Nintendo even care enough to make another one. Last time they even touched Star Fox was when they gave it to Ubisoft for their, what was it? Toys as Games, or yeah, Toys as Games sci-fi shooter. I think it was called Uplink or something. No, that's the hacking game. Well, it was something along those lines. But hey, if you're a Star Fox fan, I'm glad you're getting another game. Now, the two ones to pay attention to today. Genre, I think maybe it was Starlink. I want to see if I can remember it without Googling it. And Scotty, remember, like, consumer versus business, right? Business doesn't give a shit about Star Fox. Star Fox has never been a big money earner like a Mario. And it's worth noting that everybody's stocks went down when Google announced that they could generate a video game. So they never could, and they've never proven. They could hallucinate a video of it. Ehrman says there's a video I should finish about talking about sequels that are so good they're hard to follow up. I mean, if it's a good one, throw it in the Videodrome, you know? The Videodrome's not just for fucking Land Bible videos. And clips of me that I will come to regret, you know? Share the good shit you find, friends. That's what it's there for. You know, I will say that talking about sequels is kind of a fun theory crafting discussion. It's not something that any of us really need to worry about potentially. You know, may you succeed so hard in your life that you have a difficult to follow critical success. Well, and Scotty, again, when talking about like stocks and things like that, like what are the other factors playing into this? Because like all consoles are sold at a loss. This has been true since like it's been true in memoriam, right? Like you'll remember the 3DO, right? That was a console that was not sold at a loss, and it was 500 quid at launch. In the UK, fuck knows what it cost out here. That was Panasonic's attempts to get into the video games market. You know, we sell video games at a loss because people will buy a lot of the games, the software, etc., you know. That's the business. Ah, that's why. Okay. Nintendo's under all the pressure to raise the price of the Switch 2. Yeah. I mean, again, Nintendo don't gotta worry. They got their Pokemon money. They're making cash left, right, and center. But I guess that's when you're a publicly traded company. You gotta deal with that shit. Boo-hoo. Pikachu's not your friend. Anyway. Yes. Vershi, like, absolutely. But I guess that, at least in the money world, because some video games now make so much cash that it's on their radar, they have to talk about it? I don't know. The video games news stuff for today. Atari bought the first 5 Wizardry titles. I do not know what is going on with this strange beast that calls itself Atari. I haven't really paid them much heed because over the years there have been several Atari like rebirths, and they tend to turn out to be like, you know, VC with a human skin pulled over it, that then pass the skin to someone else. if Atari is really back, really making waves, I will definitely get into it. But like, honestly, Apogee is making more waves that affect us than Atari. And Unity have launched a suite of AI tools straight into Unity Engine. And they are all based on a token model, i.e., you get 1,000 free tokens for your Unity AI stuff, and then after that, you have to pay $14 a month for another 1,000, and then you buy packs of tokens after that. So if you ever thought, man, I fucking love making video games, but I wish I was nickel and dimed through microtransactions while doing it, Unity has a business model for you! Yeah. I mean, I joked about it on Blue Sky, but like, Stabby Dave never left. He just got told he couldn't stab anybody. He's still there. And yeah, look. And we were talking about this also in Discord, which is like, you know, there's a lot of folks who need to be using Unity because that's what they've been using for years. And look, I understand it. Like, I realize not all of you have been in like video editing software stuff, but I used to be a Sony Vegas user. You know, that's what I used back at CA. I had muscle memory for all the keyboard shortcuts for editing, and it was great. And then Sony Vegas became Vegas, and then got sold around and lost a bunch of codec licenses and became worse and worse. Like, I had to say goodbye. And as Jess pointed out this morning, it's like, Stabby Dave is going to stab you. You can either leave or you can wait to get stabbed, but either way, it's happening. Because Unity is a publicly traded company and it's not doing good. It lost its cultural impact. Unreal has eaten its entire lunch in terms of like movie industry stuff. Because for those who don't remember, one of the big parts of Unity's like big expansion was not just games, right? But cinema. Hell, good old Neil Blomkamp, who'll do fucking anything with anyone, I guess. I'm not letting him off his fucking NFT shit. Anyway. He did a series of 3 short films interconnected in Unity, and they were gorgeous. To my knowledge, his prototyping short film thing, what was it called? Damn it, this is why you don't name your shit unremarkable stuff. Hang on. No, I don't want to know about Neil Breen. Okay. Bear with me a sec. Okay. It was Zygote was one of them. Which was part of... Oats. Jesus, twatting Christ, that was like pulling teeth. Oats Studio. Yeah, and Fearless, that's absolutely the case. But it's not so much that Unity stopped being able to do that, it's that the Unreal Engine has now been... also does that, and does it in a much smoother way that Hollywood is working with better. So yeah. The TLDR is, yeah, Unity added a bunch of like generative AI stuff to the engine that all works on a token system, and it generates all of it. UI, writing, 2D and 3D assets, materials, etc. I mean, I don't think anyone here needs telling, don't use that. That is a very bad idea. But this Unity never got the memo. And the other thing is that because it's done on a token system, it means that you can't just use it or even pay a subscription model for it. You can pay a subscription to get more coins for the slot machine, right? But you don't just to get to use the slot machine. And that is something that people in business despise. So, my worry is that before Unity disappears completely, they'll do one last mad grab that may have seriously bad legal implications for people who have made games on UE5. Oh, I forgot to tell everybody on Blue Sky we're live. Okay, boof. But yeah, friends, like that's it for game news today. Unless something happened while we were at the store. Yeah, I haven't seen anything else that's crossed my feed that's been of grand significance. Yeah, Microsoft's padding water. What was supposed to be the closer look at Project Helix, the next Xbox console, is just all the stuff they did at GDC that they were reposting. Oh, and Pragmata did like 2 million copies in a month. So Capcom just can't stop winning. And, you know, it's really cool that Japanese studios are going to get their time back on top again, at least for like single player experiences. Oh yeah, the sledding game has done over 100,000 copies, which is incredible for a predominantly solo indie project. Yeah, Capcom keeps winning by just being normal about making games. Yeah, you know, sure, Resi 9 and Pragmata are AAA games, but they're just normal about it. They're just made in a good way. And like, that shouldn't be as groundbreaking as it is, but hey, like I said, let's let Japanese devs have another turn being the peeps on top. After all the shit they took during the 2010s, fuck it. Get yours. Okay, I will say that the whole 2010s anti-JRPG thing was definitely a response to an oversaturation post-PlayStation 2. You know, the PS2 saw such a boom in the Japanese games industry, and so many of those studios were just dedicated to making JRPGs that there was no way that the demand was going to match the supply on that one. And a lot of the supply was really lackluster. Like, there's a lot of titles that people go back and go, oh my god, how come nobody played, you know, Dandelion's Fury Smasher on the 360? And it's because it was one of 25 generic anime-coded JRPGs that all launched within about 3 months of each other. No one really cared. I mean, the wild thing was when we had 2 JRPGs about immortal protagonists in a fantasy world, and no one could tell the difference between them. And from what I've heard, like, the writing was good, but that's about it. Yeah, so Scotty, same. You know, I was a Street Fighter fan, and then, you know, as Capcom started coming into their own, as the Resident Evils did better and better, you know, Piano 3 was a big part of my video game life. Actually, no, he didn't get isekai'd. Choplin was dying, and it's the story of his dying mind. Yeah, that's Eternal Sonata, and it's dark in a world where children with cancer get magical powers. I played that one. That game is so calming and relaxing and smooth, it made me fall asleep multiple times. Did Eternal Sonata get a Steam release? No, it didn't. I'll just... Yeah, if you never saw it... So, the thing I just told you about, a JRPG that's set inside the dying mind of Chopin. Why did I say Choplin? Fuck me running, sorry. It looks like this. No, come on. Yeah, it looks like this. And honestly, as a person who played a lot of Japanese games over the years, one of the least weird. You know? The hook of this, aside from it being inside a dying man's mind, is that the magic users in this world, they develop magic as a response to whatever disease will kill them. It's so happy and cheerful. Eternal Sonata got pretty much buried at drop because there were so many JRPGs at the time. You know? Hell, if I had the hours in a day, what I would do is I would take every PS3 and 360 JRPG, put all the box art on a grid, and ask you to point to the interesting ones, you know what I mean? Oh, okay, that's probably not fair because everyone's games literacy here is crazy high, but... yeah. You know what I mean. What do we call the Piano 3 Vanquish Pragmata trilogy? God, I don't know. It needs a cool name. Honestly, I need to play Vanquish again, even if it just gives everybody motion sickness. The other things going on today really aren't of any Nevermind. It's mostly just drama with a little bit of chortlemancy. like, I don't even... That's the thing, right? Like, it doesn't really matter a hill of beans. Okay, so we'll do the ugh, but then followed by Chortlemancy. So, Slay the Spire 2 is getting review bombed at the moment, and it's purely because good old Anna Sarkeesian has been credited as, I can't remember if it's consultant or what have you. Now, if you don't know that name, don't worry. Anna Sarkeesian's been in and around video games for a while. Back in the day, she did a series talking about, like, femme tropes in video games, and made some really interesting points. However, because it was talking negatively about how video games are written, and talking about, you know, hey, maybe don't write women as shit, it gained the ire of the newly momentumed Gamergate. And boy howdy, they went after her something fierce. As if she had somehow personally murdered their video games. Now, as we now know, like, Gamergate was a big old grift, and it was bad. We don't need to go into how bad it was, or the effects that it would then later have on global politics. But, like, Anna's essentially been, you know, dogpiled by the internet for over a decade, and was a sturdy, but, like, mentally sturdy. Been supporting games for a while. I don't know her. So I can't really speak of her as a person. But it's just wild that people are still trying to jumpstart this hate campaign once again. And apparently by being credited somewhere in Slay the Spire 2, it has set off this, like, domino effect of dingleberries. And again, it doesn't really matter a hill of beans. As you all well know, like, the grift in gaming is very much to try and sell people something to get mad about. You know, there's a lot of people that make a lot of cash telling people what to be mad about. Yeah, I mean, DJ Coil, yeah. The whole thing with Sweet Baby Inc. didn't go as well as they had hoped, right? Because a lot of people who work at Sweet Baby Inc. have already survived being on the brunt end of, like, internet hate campaigns. You know, when I spoke to some folks who worked over there a couple of GDCs ago, they were like, we've been through this before, we don't give a fuck. You know, people attempting to garner financial gain by finding anything they can for a new outrage campaign, because there isn't one that really exists, you know. Again, I'm not worried about it because, you know, games aren't just one thing anymore, and most of the folks in and around Slay the Spire don't give a hot shit. Now, the chortle-worthy one is a... Oh, yeah, no, Hoffers, to my understanding, yeah, they've been consulting around video games for years. You're right. The body is broken. Okay, now here's the chortle-worthy one before we get into... I mean, who knows if something else stops popping up. So, as you know, I am not a fan of the Stop Killing Games movement. I appreciate where they're coming from, and I understand that as consumers, they are frustrated. However, I have been vehemently against the Stop Killing Games movement because ultimately, if they get their wish, they would be handing over more control of video games to governments. What is extremely funny is they've now kind of done a bit of a 180 they've now realized that the whole like online verification movement is going to come to video games. You know, it's very much that like I didn't care about it when it was my neighbor sort of thing. And so now they are having a panic thing, and they're trying to rally the Stop Killing Games movement to fight back against online age verification. And hey, look, this is great. This is something to fight. Online verification is nothing more than, you know, government monitoring taken to the next level. That, you know, you will have to use your legal ID in all of your online spaces to be able to participate under the guise of protecting the children. You know, we talked about this a lot. You know, when Discord took a bunch of shit for it, and everyone was like, oh, fuck you, Discord. I'm like, it's not Discord. They're just getting ahead of it. It's going to be bad. Anyway, this is just extremely funny to me because they have spent the last couple of years running around being like, please, Mr. Government, please, come govern these video games. Please control our media. Oh, wait. You want to control our media like a government? Whoa. We just wanted to play The Crew 2 again. Did someone learn the consequences of thine own actions? Has someone just learned that the government isn't your friend for the first time? Le gasp. Well, so Ehrman, it's more that thing of like, I'm not saying yay Discord. It's just more like, it wasn't that Discord is trying to steal your data. It's that Discord is trying to do the thing before the government makes them do it. There's loads of things that we do in video games so that the government doesn't. Like, PEGI in the UK and the ESRB out here in the US aren't government-controlled censorship agencies. We essentially, I wouldn't say self-censor, but we what's the word? No, the word has dropped out of my head. We are the ones who decide if a game is 18 or not. That's not something the government does for us. Now, there are rules on, if you sell an under 18 kid an 18 rated game, self-regulate, thank you, Hoffers, then that can have legal consequence. But it is not the government who decides what a game is rated as. The government does not decide what we do or do not release. If you are a game development house in China, the government decides what you can put in your game, and the government decides if it can or can't be released. I'm not here to comment on the Chinese government, but I am saying the difference. With Stop Killing Games, they wish... It's one of those things where, they have not considered what it will take to give them what they want, and what they will lose in getting it. Yeah, Lyoshi, pretty much. In the UK, it's a bit wibbly-wobbly because the BBC is a government-funded organization. So that's where things get wibbly-wobbly. But again, that's another story. But yeah. Now the Stop Killing Games movement is running around and being like, whoa, we don't want to put in our passport details and our, actual state IDs every time we want to play video games. It's just like, I see you're in the finding around phase. Maybe if you hadn't been running around, the EU and the US being like, banging a drum about, legal stuff. Maybe we'd still be under the radar a little bit there. Anyway. Again, there's nothing to be doing. The age verification stuff is probably going to go ahead whether we fight it or not. And I'm not trying to say I'm not trying to say give up, do not fight back against the man. But pick your hill to die on. How it comes down and how it is rolled out, that is another question. At least in the UK, it is all being done under the guise of protect the children. So again, companies and platforms that adhere to it first can essentially head them off at the pass at least a little bit. You know, fighting back against it too hard could result in a situation where, you know, governments require us to have a digital ID. Yes. And Scotty, I mean, I wholeheartedly agree. But, you know, Roblox should be doing a much better job of self-protecting and self-governing. I mean, and Fearless, exactly. The annoying thing is, like, big data does make money, i.e., all of everybody's personal information and your habits and where you go online and what you look at and what you do is financially desirable. People will want to buy that so they can sell us more stuff and they can track us. Nobody wants AI. You know, it is tech selling to tech. So, I mean, that's the reason why that bubble's popping. Ooh, are you starting to make the ribs? Ooh. How slow are you cooking? I guess I want to know if I need to get a bib on while I'm trying to do blueprints. I almost said Blue's Clues. Blueprints mysteries with like ribs smeared across my face. The bargain bin of meat today was very successful. Yeah. Anyway, like I said, friends, it's not a huge deal. It's an interesting thing to look at. Like I said, the best thing that could happen with Stop Killing Games is that they make a lot of noise and a lot of politicians go, yes, we're listening to your concerns, future constituents. Vote for me and then we never hear about it again. That's the best we can hope for. Anything beyond that, like, a government gets to decide when you have to give up your game and make it open source. Governments decide what you can and can't put in your game in terms of online features. Like, oh, that's so great. That's so great and amazing. Oh, but Will, surely you want these games to exist like long after they're gone. Yeah, no. Games preservation is great and rad. I would love to see formal systems around games preservation. But, you know, the kind of companies that they're mad at for shutting games down have the legal acumen and the money to avoid having to deal with what would come into practice. And the rest of us who might want to make an online game are fucking boned. So congratulations, the death of, you know, the death of chaos co-op cacophonies. Because if any of them have any kind of server components, get fucked. Anyway, sorry friends, I don't mean to bring it into the dark as quickly as Favor 6, Watto, and welcome. Yeah, that's it for the games news. Yeah, Ehrman, absolutely. If you're an already publicly traded company, you have in-house lawyers, like, you're fine. Ubisoft will find multiple ways to get out of having to continue to support The Crew 2. They're not worried. But, you know, it does mean that, you know, we can't make multiplayer games. We can't afford to go into it. The reason why you don't have indies making games for kids is because of copper. Now, should copper exist? Abso-fucking-lutely. Should it have more teeth? I mean, I'm looking at you, Roblox. You know, protecting kids online, kind of fucking important. But to move into that space, you need money, you need legal compliance, and you need care. And that's really cool. All right, that stops, you know, two dinguses with a great idea. We're gonna make Club Penguin 2. It stops them from accidentally creating. I thought of 5 different names in the span of a second there for what that would end up being, and all of them were terrible terms. So let's just say they would accidentally end up creating a grazing ground for the worst individuals on the planet. And I'm not going to say what I was going to say, as funny as it is. You know. Sorry, you know what it is? I'm raving about this stuff because I am powerless to do anything to stop the Stop Killing Games movement. Everything from its naming convention to its momentum to the YouTuber who took it up as his personal quest. Like, have such a larger footprint to an order of magnitude than myself. All I would end up doing if I actively went against Stop Killing Games is get crushed. And then you lot would have to deal with all the hate that I'd be getting. So Favor6 says, non-expert outside question. How hard would it be to change the multiplayer in the Crew 2 from peer to peer? I mean, the Crew 2 was released on multiple platforms. So each variation of the Crew works with a different setup, i.e. Xbox, PlayStation, etc. For the PC version, it's using Uplay. And with the server-side stuff, we don't know how that's hosted. It's not like the old days where you either had the game is running on my PC and your PC and we connect, or it is running on a separate server that we both connect to, a dedicated host. We don't know what kind of fugazi is happening between us and there, because we do so many magic tricks with modern multiplayer to make it look like it's all seamlessly together when it's really not. Rollback netcode is hallucination, and that's wild. There's also whatever accounts and payment systems and connectivity systems and things like that are used, which might be third party. So yeah. Penguin Island has unfortunate connotations. Yeah, and Down on the Dwarf, did I say hi? I hope I did. If not, Watto and welcome, and if I did, you get 2 greetings. But yeah.
Stop that incessant clicking.
J-Post, you fucking leading the House Carl Hunter boards. Thank you, friend. But yeah, we don't even know what kind of middleware solutions the Crew 2 is using. Oh, are they boneless?
Stop that incessant clicking.
But still mostly meat. Ah, and J-Post, that's really fucking cool of you. Thank you, friend. Yeah, sorry, as an aside to an aside, we checked the discount meat section and we got pork ribs and some beef for like fuck all today. Damn, and that's so much meat. Yes, I will be eating some of it in front of you today. Yeah, like, netcode for video games is insanely complicated, and over the years, the big companies have started using like third-party stuff to make their lives easier, right? For hosting, for connectivity, for all sorts. And that's the thing, with Stop Killing Games, does the user have to be able to play it? Or do you just have to provide the tools and the user makes it themselves? You know? And where it drove me up the wall is that the Stop Killing Games movement still seems to operate in this idea that a video game is a thing that you own in your hand, and that's it. And yes, in some cases that is how they work, but in others, there are fuckloads of, intermediary servers, payment systems, connectivity handlers, all sorts. Where are you, Dave from Newcastle? Where are you going to get the money to pay a multinational tech company for your load balancing setup that they utilized for this setup? Oh, the favor 6. That's a bargain. Yeah. Sorry, Araman was saying back in college there was a 10-week course to build your own OS from the ground up, and there was another one to handle NetStack that was its own 10-week course that required you to have already understood how to build your own OS. It's fucking wild. And the thing is, with video games, unlike a lot of other software, we don't require the same amount of precision. And that's how we're able to build things that are wild and fun and janky. So yeah. Now, should companies be creating games that can run in multiplayer peer-to-peer rather than creating these online super mega structures? Probably. But then that limits what you can do. If you want to do things that are wild and creative, what do? You've got to have the server handle it. What does the server do? Everything and nothing. Akari, I don't know if that counts as a Jarl's decree because, the ugly shopping district is yours to shape, and I already have beans. I think we're at 4 cans of emergency beans. Okay. So yeah. Okay, but that really is it for Vigigamery news. I have not seen anything else like running around or crossing feeds or what have you. Yeah, even on the terrible... Yeah, even on the terrible reposty sites, I have not seen anything wild that needs discussing. Oh yeah, well, so Scotty, like, the networking problem has always been an interesting one because, like, the reason we have multiplayer in games really does come from that era of, like, hey, can we do this? Hell, getting multiplayer games that work as a direct-to-IP connection. Basically, there was a way back in the day where... Sorry, I'm on the emotional Dreamcast music. Well, emotional support Dreamcast music. There was a methodology back in the day where you didn't connect over the internet. You basically called the other person's modem, and it was just a direct connection. I mean, DJ Coil, sure, but as you well know, there are lots of online projects where you can't just create an offline mode because you cannot give people access to those third-party solutions that you were using to make your life better. And then, if we want to be pedantic about it, to what extent is the creator responsible? If Xbox Live goes down, are you responsible for keeping that functionality going? Like, who's liable? Because ultimately, this comes down to law, like consumer law. If Steam disappears tomorrow, we're all fucked. We are so fucked. But like, Games Windows Live is gone. There are multiple games on Steam that just don't fucking work because that service is toast. Who is responsible? There is no world in which Microsoft goes, you know what, mea culpa, we killed Games to Windows Live, it was shit when we made it. You know what, my homies, here's an open source way of connecting your games. Here's a bunch of our code. Don't even worry about it. We're not going to use our army of lawyers to fuck over the little guy. We'd never do that. We'd never do that. Sorry, I didn't mean to give you the Muppet stare there, but I know. Because, like, gone are the days where you can just go, hey, you know what? Here's the dedicated server. Joke's on you, Vershi. I'm taking that as a compliment. And, Kakazi, that would be interesting. Kakazi was just saying that Yoshi P has discussed this around Final Fantasy XIV, that he'd like to get to the point where if the servers ever have to shut down, you can just play it solo. That would be interesting. Final Fantasy XIV's story is one of the reasons why people go through it so much. The case of what they would need to be able to emulate in that instance. Because it's like, when people say, I know this isn't at you, DJ Coil, it's just more of like, a lot of these stop killing games people are still talking about games like they are back in the 90s. Like, you know, the dedicated server version is still just a version of the game, it just is able to host. Some games had a separate dedicated server client, and that was just a command line thing connecting everybody and running everything as a synchronization spot. But like, hell, even, you know, decades back with World of Warcraft, the World of Warcraft servers were running on dedicated hardware. Like, people have had to learn to emulate that, and it still boggles my mind when people are like, oh man, my emulated not paying server of World of Warcraft got shut down. Who could have seen such a thing? I don't know, Derek. Who could have? Picking on Derek again. He knows what he did. You know. There's a lot of games where, for the user, it seems like a very simple thing. You connect to a server, you play the game, and then you log out. But actually, you're connecting to like 4 different servers, you know, with different dependencies, some of which are paid for products from other companies. You know? Oh yeah, no. DJ Cool, that's the other thing that makes me smile, is like, never underestimate a user's ability. You know, if they want to, they'll make it happen. You know? So back in 2011, our regular homie, Nathan Grayson, did a wonderful article about how there are a lot of fans working real hard to keep the Matrix Online running. And I think that is fascinating. And okay, Nullark, I'm not arguing that emulated servers are good or bad, but look, if you're doing stuff with emulation, or you're hosting a game that has gone offline, but you as a company do not own the rights to, someone out there might, and they will fucking come for you at some point if your thing becomes loud enough and successful enough. If you are able to create something like an emulated server of an MMO, or something like with, you know, the additional WoW elements, just keep stum about it. Don't yell about it, because if it gets enough attention, they will shut it down. I mean, no, it is a very specific, like a recent headline thing, but whether people are angry or not is irrelevant. Like in the US, you have to protect your trademark, your copyright, your thing. You have to be seen to be doing that, because if someone nefarious comes off and steals your shit, you have to go into a court of law and say, no, we own this. And if it can be proven in that legal proceeding that actually you didn't really give a shit, then you lose it. It's the same thing with fan games, it's the same thing with fan works. Like, companies actually don't give a shit if you are making fan art. In fact, they love it. They don't give a shit if you are making mods that aren't breaking the game. Just don't charge for them, because then it becomes a paid product. And they don't care if you're creating emulated servers of games. Just don't get so loud that they have to take action. You know? Because once something gets enough headlines and gets enough of a digital footprint, they have to step in and be like... Now, sometimes it does happen that a company is actually looking to launch a similar product. That's another kettle of monkeys altogether. Favor 6, one of my favorite ones was, I think they patched it in eventually, but you used to have to jank EVE Online to be able to post, like, GIFs in chat. That always made me laugh. Yeah. I mean, Down on a Dwarf, the Nintendo thing is always a great case study for it. Of, like, they will ignore things for as long as they can. But it was like the people who were hosting a tournament that was getting, like, huge prize pools and they were advertising it. But the tournament was advertised using emulated Switch hardware for a Smash Bros. Game. And then Nintendo's like, sorry. Everyone's like, oh my god, how did this happen? I'm like, because you were shouting about doing the thing you're not supposed to. There is a decorum to this. Yeah, and Ehrman, thank you for bringing this back to my original point, which is, and this is where it all gets dicey, is that with trying to host modern online projects, it's not just the emulation of the game servers, it's all of those, like, third-party licensed software that the devs themselves don't actually own, right? And you're not going to spend, 150 grand a month on licensing that software out. So you've either got to engineer your own alternative, or maybe not pay anybody. That's going to piss some people off. And if your thing is successful enough, then you get murdered. Oh, fuck you, Vanderbeest. I was about to be like, Vanderbeest, what time welcome, thank you. No, it's squats. It's squats. You get a bird's eye view there. Sorry? Oh, yeah. Let me pop it over. Yeah, Ehrman, as soon as money starts changing hands. Like, there is a non-zero chance at some point Nintendo's going to go through Twitch with a chainsaw and just all the Pokemon emotes, all the Pokemon iconography that people have for their channels and shit like that, and they're going to go through it with, like, a fucking, no, Ash Ketchum. I almost said Ash Ketchum's Evil Dead. Aw, thank you, Vanderbeest. Yeah. Oh, those sounds came from my body. I don't think those are supposed to. Okay. Anyway. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You know. I will say, before we close this point off and start doing blueprints nonsense, I do get where these stop killing games peeps are coming from, right? Because Ubisoft have been really guilty of this over the years. They'll come at you and they'll be like, hey, you know that thing you like? We made an online version and it's fucking cool. And you're like, well, shit, I said I wasn't gonna, but, you know, you're being real nice to me now. And they're like, hey, it's really cool. And you're like, all right, you know, you've hurt me in the past, Ubisoft, but this time, you know what, this seems really good. I'm glad you made this. I'm glad I can be a part of. Just kidding, it's dead. Splinter Cell Online? That's not there anymore. They were asking real money dollars for guns. For guns? Gone. Like, and you can't get any of that back. The game is gone. The things that you quote-unquote purchased are gone. And the whole you don't actually own stuff in game thing, like, that frustration and that kind of like grubbiness has been rubbing people up the wrong way now for a decade. And Sir Terry Pratchett, and no one else, writing Good Omens, talks about this theory of negativity as being like a spark, like static, like a charge. And something bad happens. And either that negativity goes to ground, or it continues to build, and it sparks, and it sparks, and it sparks. Consumers of video games, predominantly in the AAA space, have been fucked over a bunch of times. And they've been fucked over by people who will go and then do the clown face move and go, hey, but we have this brand new online game. You know, how many times has EA killed something? Sorry, how many times has EA killed something and then turned around and been like, but this new online thing you're gonna love? Sorry, just to diverse you with, actually, Good Omens was a collaboration between Sir Terry and Sir Pratchett. My apologies. You know, I kind of used their coupling name. And Nullark, there are a lot of people who are reliant on sales, especially on Steam, to be able to continue to make games and to be able to eat and live, right? Technically, you don't own the games that you have on Steam, and in the truest legal sense, they are licenses. Now, there's multiple reasons why this is. It wasn't actually as nefarious when it started out as it became. One of it was that in a digital ecosystem, being able to sell stuff between one another would require a level of like international sales acumen that would cripple just about anything. You would have to, it's like Steam would have to be running its own like international currency conversion with all of the taxes and trades between different countries at the same time, or siloing each version of Steam in its own place. The licensing is a way of getting around that. However, there are lots of companies that have taken that and run with it in the wrong direction. I do not condone piracy, right? Now, on Twitch.television, it would be against the terms and conditions to condone piracy. Okay, firstly, Akari. It's not a cult. And secondly, longship funds are to stop death, not reverse it. Terror. Anyway, trying to choose my words carefully here. Now, I have never, ever pirated a video game, and I would never suggest that any of you do. Like, I might want to say something along the lines of, Eternal Darkness is an incredible game, and an incredibly important stepping stone in our game's history, in the history of metagames, in the history of games culture, and that it would be very easy to emulate it via emulated GameCube hardware to experience the title in a way that would otherwise cost you thousands upon thousands of dollars to do so. I might want to say that, but I won't. I would never condone you downloading a game, especially one that is insanely expensive to own thanks to the post-COVID secondhand market. Especially something from a studio that no longer exists that you can no longer support. So yeah, in this house, we support the homies, and a lot of those homies are video game developers. Don't get the Discord subpoenaed. It is... I mean, it's like so much of the stuff we deal with. It's complicated, right? The thing about Stop Killing Games and a lot of these others is that they peddle a simple solution to a complex problem. Right? I mean, the actual honest answer is we need big AAA companies to stop being massive fucking dickholes. We need them to have a plan for off-ramping. Alright? We need something that resembles a self-governance. Same as we have done for Peggy and the Ilk. But they're not going to fucking do that. Because it does not have perceived value in a monetary sense. It's the same reason why we don't get like proper mod support for a lot of big games. A lot of games do not see the monetary value of mods, and therefore it is not worth time. You know? Exactly. Corporations planning more than 7 days out in this economy. Please. There's at least a quarter. Yeah. Now, as for actual studience on what the effect of piracy has on video games, again, it varies from situation to situation. There have been some companies that have been completely destroyed due to piracy. It is not something that has zero impact. However, some people have theorized that the predominance of ROMs and emulation has helped to keep a large plethora of games from the 16, I guess say up until like the 32-bit era now, not only relevant but also accessible to people in regions of the world that they have neither the affluence nor the access to be able to play those games natively. I have to choose my words very carefully. But then again, fuck it. I am streaming to you live on a website called twitch.television. Twitch.television is owned by another website, and I hope you're sitting down when you find this out. That website is Amazon.com. Man, not even a single gasp. I was thinking that was my big reveal for today. Twitch is owned by Amazon. God. Telling me you all knew? Fuck. Anyway, Amazon, especially Amazon.com, is one of the largest distributors of pirated video games on the planet. I am not saying that it is right or good, but if you wanted to, you could buy a shitload of pirated games on Amazon right now. Oh, okay. You know what, Virals? It's fine. It's fine. It's a little up and starter. I think they sell audiobooks? I can't remember. Because he can't even bring himself to do a fake gasp. Aeon with the I was saying boo earns. It's a drone hobby shop. So yeah. I mean, Favor 6, like, joking aside, I don't get into the business of Twitch. One of the ways that Amazon has made Twitch make financial sense is selling the tech that runs Twitch to other companies. And most of those companies also use Amazon servers. Yeah. See, Lyoshi, and that's the difficult thing, is like studying piracy is hard, right? Because the more difficult it is to pirate a game, the longer it will take for people to pirate it. And the kinds of individuals that will go to great lengths to get those never had the intention of buying your title in the first place. There is also the chance that something can, quote unquote, catch fire, and that people later on down the line at a state of affluence may buy the things that they were pirating. The problem is that piracy is very, very different from region to region. There are regions that we in game dev know will pirate the shit out of your game. I don't want to name any names because I don't want to come off as being accidentally racist. But it's a known thing. Like, okay, I don't know if it's still the case, probably, but games in Russia are big. Game sales in Russia are not. World of Tanks made mad bank by being free. It was free in a country that was famous for not paying for games. And there are a lot of other countries around the world that pirate games for varying reasons. Quite a few of them are because those countries have pretty high access to technology, but a low average earning against the dollar. And unless those games have extremely competitive regional pricing, they're completely unpurchasable. So what are you going to do? When GTA turns around and asks for $100 later this year, gonna learn some loyalties real fast. But yeah. You know what it is? I need to finish my video game map. Like, the different regions of the world and the different, like, empires of video games and what they currently mean. The old, the old ways are dead. So what does this new world look like? If you... I would never, ever, ever condone this, and you should never pirate a video game. But if, hypothetically, you pirated a huge AAA game from a company that has burnt through its employees and is treating them like poo-poo garbage bad times, is a very different impact than if you pirate a game from a small 2-person team, right? The $40 that you saved pirating a AAA video game will not affect the bottom line of that huge, ginormous supercorp one bit. And we now know, with provable data, that the largest entities in the English language gaming business do not give a fuck if if the game sells well or poorly, so long as they can make number go up. And they've been making number go up by firing shit tons of people and trying to replace them with generative AI. So, But if you pirated, and again, we do not condone piracy, if you were to pirate a $20 game made by, like, a homie and his friend, like, that $20 that's food. That's a little bit of bills paid, To think of those two games as the same space, you can't. And if I were talking to someone who was considering piracy, it's like, how much damage will this do? And how much more would it help if I bought this game and left a review? and then make your empathic decision from there backwards. I'm not saying anything you don't know. I have to use very careful verbiage. And like I said, I'd never tell you to pirate Front Mission Gun Hazard. Even though, hypothetically, and again, I'm not saying that you should, hypothetically, if you found the ROM online and then downloaded the fan translation patch, which does an incredible job of keeping the heart and soul of the game and translating it into English. Like, it's a real localization patch that gives you this wonderful, like, what if a platformer was an international political thriller? Like, I'd never tell you to do that. And if I did, that'd be against Twitch T's and C's. You wouldn't download a Grand Theft Auto. You wouldn't download a car. Okay, I have gotten wildly off topic. So, quick show of hands, who's trundling off when we hit the blueprints segment? Kari's like, I got a 3D printer. I can download a car. Sorry. Apropos of nothing, but it will not stop being funny, that when Gundam tried to get into the metaverse business, they published a website with unprotected CAD files of multiple Gundam models. Somebody got super fired. Like, think about how fired you would be, and then that plus the Yakuza is involved, like. And Fearless, that better be good bread. Okay. Well, Down Under Dwarf, like, thank you for leaving the lurk. I still don't know what's going on with Twitch. You know, the Longship 50 has kind of become the Longship 30, and my brain is like, did I upset everybody? Did I fuck up? But then each day I'm reading about Twitch doing new, like, anti-botting methods, which might turn a bunch of people who are just, like, quietly having their Will Tamagotchi blab away in a tab somewhere and not count as viewing. So, I don't know. Anyway, so, we're going to get into blueprints. Fuck you. Okay, we're not going to get into blueprints because Vershi's making me do more squats. Aeon, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Fearless. I would absolutely fuck with a bread subscription. I was saying to Jess the other day I once met somebody who was so affluent that every morning they just had like a box of pastries and fresh bread delivered. I'm like, how would anyone know sadness and fresh bread every day? No, Kakazi. Like, that's the thing. If it's not counting the incredible skills of Eagle Beans, that's a failing on Twitch. Or maybe you get so still that Twitch can't detect you. Hang on. Before you get your squats, bear with me 2 seconds, friends. Alright, Hershey. Terrors. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. There we go. Aaron says that there used to be a place in San Francisco called Double or Muffin. You paid for a muffin and flipped a coin, and you could win 2 muffins. And if you lose, you just get the muffin you paid for. That's brilliant. I'm trying to remember what Tops and Bottoms was. I think it was a bit from a sitcom. I just don't remember which one. And you could either buy the muffin top or the muffin bottom. Yeah, no, Favor 6. It's weird how many cornflakes have gotten under that carpet. It's so strange. All right. It's Puzzle Sicko time. If you are heading off to avoid Blueprint spoilers, like, honestly, I do get it. I don't know how many episodes of Blueprints we have left at this point. Oh, yeah. I need to book a bill. Well, Fearless, that's the joke. I miss the DNA Lounge. Rave nights and pizza. Yeah, virals. Jumping back, if they counted every individual eye as a viewer, I'd be able to get like, what, 10, 20 from you? And that's just for your eyes, not the eyes that you have just ambiently around. Oh. Okay. Oh, and Bronx, did I say hi? I hope I did. Watto and welcome. Yeah, biblically accurate Twitch viewer. Okay. Well, DJ Coil, let's get the game booted. Hush. Emotional support Dreamcast music. We have puzzles. Again, if you're heading off to avoid spoilers...
This is your Blueprints reminder. We need enough gems for the outside door to open the throne room. Also, I'm still Jarl. Get burgers from Jarls Jr.
It's just there. Akari sits on the throne. The furs of battle still wet with the blood of enemies. And then Jarls Jr., a tiny little Akari in Viking gear running around like... Sorry, that's where my brain went. Akari, thank you for the 200, friend. And thank you for reminding me about the gems, because I've had like a lovely little morning. Like, for those of you who got in late, like me and Little Fire, we popped to the store. Little Fire treated me to a Red Bull, so I'm like, whee! The pork ribs that we got for dinner have turned out to be all pork, no rib.
If I take the Jarl, do we have switched to in and out?
Eraman, yes, and you get the Eldom. I've still never had In-N-Out. Does the Emerald Bracelet count against things like the Throne Room? Yes. But yeah, I absolutely would have rushed in to our next day and then ended up forgetting about the maneuver. Okay. Wait, Eraman, did we talk about this last week? Am I just a endlessly spinning wheel repeating stories of burgers? Brought to you by Yarls Jr. Well, Virals, like, I understand that's a joke, and a joke about Carl's Jr. sponsoring this, but the thing is, I'd never bow to any sponsor. That tastes like great Red Bull.
I swear to God, if you got a Red Bull sponsorship before I did, I would literally commit crimes. I would become the world's biggest criminal. I would just rack up felonies like nobody's fucking business.
You couldn't hear that. Jess was like, I swear to fuck, if you get a Red Bull sponsorship before me, that's gonna be my goal.
I will shit in your bed.
I will get a Red Bull sponsorship and a new bed. Explain those mug store sponsorships. I can't. You know what, Akari? I did think it was really sweet. Like I said, that you couldn't make it for the rock paper scissors, and so someone sponsored the rock paper scissors for you for the mug store. That was really cool. Yeah, well, Liquid Death said no. And I can't blame them, like, they sponsor huge people. I don't know what Red Bull's sponsorship policy are these days. I'll save the dining room for later. And we're not starting with any items, so okay. I mean, so Null, I am an unironic. Ooh. Code check, please. I'm an unironic Red Bull enjoyer. I can't have it like I used to. Jess is a Red Bull connoisseur and can have it. So it's like I get one little like retrieve item. There we go. All right, we no longer have to play any emerald costs, so we can go and get the throne room out front. But yeah, I did message. Over the years, I've reached out to try and find more sponsorships. Because honestly, friends, this year is scary. I don't even know who has. Okay, throne room. Like, I don't even know who has the funds to be able to sponsor stuff these days. Alright, so there's nothing there. Nothing there. We don't talk about the Underberg anymore. Blink, blink. Sorry. Stream brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. Is it Raid Shadow Legends who's in shit for doing a sponsored video on character designs? Hang on, I have to look into that one. It crossed my feed, but there was like real news stuff happening at the same time. That one particular company paid a YouTube channel to talk about like femme presenting character designs in other games. You know what? That drama is beneath us either way. Sorry, my apologies, friends. So now we are trying to get... Oh, actually, that's a good question. All right. Focus. Before we start talking about, like, sponsorships I'd love and, you know, how much Red Bull I should or should not consume in a day. What are our big puzzles right now? So. Sanctum Throne Exhibit. Yes. So it's the red crown. Red crown plus throne room. We have the word puzzle underground. We have castle. Now, it's not massive, but the super hammer in the garden. Sorry. Virtue says, the healthy quantity of Red Bulls to consume is 0. The second healthiest quantity is measured in SPM, shakes per minute, of your hands. If the can don't shake, that Red Bull you should intake. Okay, come on, that was funny. Oh, okay. That fair. If that hand don't shake, the Red Bull you should intake. And if the can's not bulging, we indulge in. Okay. Garden plus super hammer. Okay. The Sanctum puzzle is kind of our final puzzle, i.e. we have to work out Herbert's... We have to work out Herbert's whole deal. So we need 2 more Sanctum keys. Now, if we want to, we can try and crack one of the other nations, but one of the nations we don't know as much about. Chornerus, you are correct. It's not garden, it's greenhouse. Okay. Shake can, not stirred. Okay. Oh! Powered freezer. Yeah, tunnel boxes. The powered freezer, because the freezer's got these servers in it. No, I'm not skipping checking them. I'm just, yeah, Akari is just everything happens so much. This is why I want to get all our stuff together before we start talking about, like, you know, funny stuff in the ilk. No, like, Akari, I am mad. Like, thank you for the reminder. Okay, continue with experiment. Let's see what we've got. Okay. Alright, so we've got another crate from the tunnel. Our choices are, for each room with a fireplace, whenever you draft a shop, or for each draft of an upgraded floor plan. No, so Scotty, we made a dent on the boxes last week, but we didn't clear them. So I think upgraded has more than fireplaces. Fireplaces was a good call last time though, and so far we haven't pulled any. We haven't pulled the den. We haven't pulled the drawing room or the parlor. Wait. Okay, so Tronos is saying there may be about like 24 boxes, so it might take a while. Okay, yeah, I think upgraded floor plan is the way to go. Okay, start experiment. All right. Oh. Okay. Now we can get on with the show. Yeah, so the big ones that we're trying to crack are... Aha. Not that we need it, but it's about the principle of the matter. Kennel. In case we get a shovel. Yes. Yeah, the word puzzle in the underground, of which we've seen some things. There we go. Corryard. No gem requirement. And it's upgraded. And it comes with a sledgehammer. Okay, let's get the utility closet out. Now we turn the keycard system off. Garage on. Turn off all use guys. So yeah, the freezer we need to get power to because the freezer has the old unused servers in. Minnesota, we did work out how to thaw the freezer. Whilst you can draft it close to the furnace, the other solution is to use either the prism light or the armory's like flaming torch. I want to get the greenhouse, but if we pull the greenhouse, then the west wing is the only open door we have. We do need stuff from the commissary. You know what? Fuck it. Heart of the cards. Greenhouse. Let's go. No, you're right. Commissary. My heart of the cards wavered instantly. Right, shovel. Soul shaker. Metal detector. Jobs are good. Alright. This was a good pull. I keep forgetting the pool upgraded and woohoo! Some dice, some cash. We'll take the parlor. Oh, because the parlor's upgraded. And it leans up. Okay. Yes, we do still have the blessing of the monk. Okay. So for some parlor games, the blue box says this box is empty. The white box says this box is empty, and the blue box is empty. And the black box says this box is empty. Every statement with the word empty is false. Fuck. God. Sorry, I just, I don't know if I ever... What am I... Yeah, so Fearless, if every statement with the word empty is false, then this box is empty is false. This box is true. This box is full, and the blue box is empty. So the blue box is full, which the blue box also agrees with. We're getting paradoxed out here. The secret double negative puzzle. I notice no one has a theory on this one. Every statement with the word empty is false. Can two negatives point to there being stuff in the blue box? Black box has the gems? Alright. Yes. Layoshi Kakazi, Aeon, spot on. Back of the net. Gonna go dining room. Open this pit up. You know what I've been thinking about? And before you ask, yes, I am going to tell you in great detail. I've been thinking a lot about how authenticity comes down to a truth in the adherence of the world. Right? Now, truth doesn't necessarily mean the game has to tell you what is true, but like, there are games that lie to us, that lie to our faces, and we go, hey, that's kind of fucking cool. Right? Yeah, I want to say the keys when we need them. And that's because those lies are told to us with an authenticity, with a truth in the world. And I think that's the big thing, that all of that AI bullshit, all of those different, like, fucking quote-unquote assistants killed. It couldn't adhere to it because there was no truth in the world. And look, I know that's a really arty-farty way of putting it, but I just remember that tech demo that we laughed at, where someone's playing Sea of Thieves the first time and they ask, how do I start my ship? And the co-pilot assistant says the wrong ship, and it says the wrong place. Like, from that point onwards, this quote-unquote assistant is not true to the world. They're not true to what it is that you are fucking with. So it says security level high, confirm, and then offline mode unlocked because we've already turned it off. And the reason that sprung into my head is that we have a metal detector. Now, the metal detector is an item that means you find more stuff. Ooh. I'm in two minds, right? Mailroom or garage feel like the pull right now. But the dark room gives us an extra life. Aeon, that's a very good point. Because the only time there is a pun in Tunic is during that one specific event. But puns are not only part of the humor of this game, but also baked into its core. It's puns, it's wordplay, it's getting you to think about things laterally. It is blueprints. And I'll take advice on this one. I don't want to use our rerolls just yet. It's gonna be so easy to localize. Honestly, that like localization of this is something that I would just say like, hey, fan groups, just have at it. Yeah, well, and Scotty, that was the thing about Copilot. The Copilot demo of Sea of Thieves was pre-constructed. It was pre-recorded, and it was still wrong, right? It tells me that it cares not for the world I'm in and is not giving me any kind of like authentic information or care. In that previous room, we picked up the metal detector, and the metal detector only detects objects that are metal. And I know that sounds stupid, but it's like, it's not just a disambiguation. It's not just oh, you find more items and it tells you if an item is near. No, if metal items are near, and that includes the lunchbox. Viral says, me to my localizers. Good luck. 800 achievements named after song titles. Alright, we've got 2 dice. I'm going to take the garage and I'm going to risk it for a biscuit. Because we've got a good thing going here. And I don't want to break our entire run just because I'm hoping that there might be something else, you know? Yeah, and Scotty, I think that's it. It's like someone who's been paid to talk you through like a Dungeons and Dragons game, but they neither know nor care to know. Spare bedrooms and upgraded floor plan. Okay, we've got the dice to get ourselves out of this if it's bad. Classroom, let's go. Yeah, I know we can't get the garage on this side, but I feel like we need to be able to check that somehow. I just don't know how. Or maybe I just want to. Side is we've got loads of no, we're just going to go Mount Holly gift shop off the bat. am going to risk a dice roll here. Hey, Catastros. Well, always good chatting with you, friend. I hope you had a good morning, or, well, good evening. And to be continued. Oh, man. When the game really wants me to eat shit. What the fuck? Well, this feels personal. Alright, I'll get the kitchen. We've got salt. Club Sani, bacon and eggs. Heavily salted. We've got to make sure we have enough steps to get back to dunk this. Oh, and Scotty, that's good to hear. Not last night. The last night wasn't bad. The night before I actually got like proper sleep. It felt decadent. Okay. Drawing room's a free gem. I will say the bracelet plus the freezer, it would be such a powerful combo. Okay, treasure trove blocks us off. That's the secret passage. Come on, something good. Alright, workshop. Okay. So we have the broken lever, which now I regret not picking the greenhouse, but then maybe if I'd picked the greenhouse we wouldn't even be here, so... Oh shit, I didn't tell you all. So I am stupidly proud of one of my creations last night. Well, okay, it's not perfect and needs some work, but I had a really good attempt at a potato gratin last night. At least I think it counts as potato gratin. Like thinly sliced potatoes in like fried onions, garlic in butter, like cheese cream sauce. That is, I realized I didn't post any additional follow-ups. Break room's been upgraded. Oh, where are my math nerds at? You'll hear? Yeah, and genres. It came out a little sweeter than I wanted, but I think it's because I used like sweet onions. Okay, 16 all round. I gotta get myself a little guide on the numbers. Okay. One across the board. But yeah, the onions were a little sweet, plus the milk we used, and I used a mozzarella where I should have used a sharp cheddar. I once had this like god tier potatoes gratin that I'm trying to like recreate, and I will. Ah, secret garden. Oh, actually, so Scotty, I haven't done a cottage or shepherd's pie yet for a little fire. I would like to do. Friends, I did such a good job on that lamb. I'm so happy with how it came out. I need dice to roll in case things go wrong. Oh, and I guess we did upgrade the boudoir, didn't we? Like, life is a lot these days, but it's not bad, you know. Both Jess and I are really versed in shopping cheap, you know, when it comes to... Oh, shit. Alright, I'm going to take the veranda and then use the dice to roll us like a multi-stage door. And one of the things about, you know, like last year and this year, the more I've been getting into cooking, like the more it's kind of... I've been using that creative energy, but in food. And, you know, life has not given us the chance to just sit and build Gundams all evening, but you know what it has given me? Black garlic. Fucking really? Come on. I want the solarium, but we're getting so close to being like completely locked off. Oh yeah, Scotty, I know we say this pretty much every week we do blueprints, but how are rich people ever miserable? Like, you could just have your coffee here. You know? I don't even have like a crazy view like in some of the places I've lived in past, and you know, waking up, looking out over the greater Seattle region and sipping on a fresh coffee. It's fucking cool. Alright. Got to go for the dark room and just hope. Like, I've got the step. No, I don't have the steps. Walking back to the... Alright, we'll go for the 1 gem requirement. Fuck. I was hoping. I mean, yay. I love the solarium. It's beautiful, and the color theory around this, with it being such a secret hidden room, is really lovely. But in the same breath, I was really hoping for some extra connections. The secret garden is guaranteed as a little, like, interconnected one. I'm out of dice, so I didn't want to risk it for a biscuit. And the secret garden will open up both sides of the antechamber. So we can kind of... It feels almost sacrilegious to use the antechamber as a jumping point, but... You know. And Simon can continue his quest to a heart attack in his 20s by eating 15 salted apples in a day. Simon, you're looking a little bit, super fucking unhealthy there. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm fine. Pass me another bowl of heavily salted fruit, please.
Maybe you shouldn't eat all that? Okay. Oh yeah, so jumping back. So over the years, aside from... we've had a few sponsorships, right? We had GameWorks. Humble Bundle doesn't feel like it technically counts, but at one point, the Longship were like top 10 Humble Bundle partners. Like, we were powerful. Currently, we have the Game Club. Which is pretty cool. Obviously, the Game Club's not... I think at its height, the Game Club brought in a whole $2.50. Yeah. Yeah, step the fuck back. I'm a businessman. And I like it. It's... You know what? It's been difficult because the last two games we had Just Crow Things, which we already streamed at launch. And then... I guess Pantry it is. It's getting risky. And then after that, it was Farewell North, and I couldn't do a grief game. Like, if you weren't there for what was it, the fucking Frog Valley game? Ooh, locker room or foyer? I'm thinking foyer, just because the antechamber off there is likely to get the multi-door, but... Because we can go get the crown, like, right away. Yeah. But yeah, again, I love the Game Club. It's still worth checking out. It's like seeing if there's one in your region that's something you might be interested in. But I couldn't do another grief game. And the next game they've picked is an interesting game. It's called Road Warden, I believe. But it's a visual novel. It's a visual novel with RPG mechanics. And I can't bring that thunder. Like, getting to do all the voices and stuff like that is really, really cool. But it's so much work. Ooh. What happens with a prismatic key? Sorry, I was thinking like maybe the prismatic key from a white room creates something special. Okay. Eight. Ah, those little spines on the end of the 8 key remind me of the nightmare fish we found in Rainworld. Oh, if you haven't been watching the Tuesday Rainworld games, there's new shit in it, and it's full of nightmares. But yeah, for sponsorships that I've reached out, I tried to get us Liquid Death. They were very polite. Like, they did respond back, but no. Empress Jin never wrote me back. And I kind of get why. Like... Ooh, okay. Now, are there any rooms we're specifically going for in our list right now? Powered freezer. Shit. Alright, well, we can do that in the next run. If we get the observatory and then the boiler, we can just keep rolling until we get the powered freezer. Yeah, we never got the battery. Still like we need any more cash. fuck it, we'll check the armory. Torch just in case, and the cool thing about the mace is it gives us an extra star for tomorrow. When we decide that we're going to go ham on rolling for a specific room, we can. Don't need the shield because we have the crown. Ooh. We could do trophy room and remove the cost of the trophy room, which would be a big winner for later on. Like, the trophy room immediately gets us like a shitload full. Oh, Akari, you're right. If we admit that there's nothing else to be doing in this run, you're right, the quest bedroom is the best pull because it removes a box and increases the amount of cash we have tomorrow. But it means that we're calling time on this. We can still put the emerald bracelet away. And I think we tried bringing the crown of the blueprints to the throne room. But yeah, while you're catching up. But yeah, so I haven't emailed Red Bull. I should. Well, Scotty, if we redraw, then we lose the ability to do that until we've made up those stars. So we need to be going for a very specific room. Now, we can't go for the red crown because the red crown needs to be accessed from all 4 sides to open it up. Yeah, it's most likely Red Bull won't want to know us unless we've got like 5,000 viewers here. It's actually been interesting, like all of the sponsorships and cool shit we've done in the past has all been because like somebody knew me or us. The long ship doesn't proc on anybody's radar, which is very funny to me. Even Summit struggled with them? All he wanted was the fridge. I mean, all we want is the Red Bulls that go in the fridge. Jess has done her hours. She deserves it. I did talk to Pagliacci's Pizzas one time for the Turtles thing, but they didn't get back to me until weeks later. I'm a Pagliacci's fanboy, so having a sponsorship with them of like, oh no, someone would bring me a pizza a week and maybe pay me some money. However would I cope? I was throwing the trash out the other day and I saw one of the neighbours had just left one of the Pagliacci boxes, not thrown it away properly. And the guttural, must be nice, that came out from me. I did reach out to Voodoo Ranger. They even popped in to watch the stream, but then nothing happened after that. So I guess either they didn't like me or we didn't hit what they were expecting. Seattle Cider Company never wrote me back. Scotty, I would say yes, but like what is and isn't expensive has kind of changed over the years. And yeah, is there a room we want for tomorrow? Because we still have the blessing of the monk. Alright, but I'm going to take the quest bedroom because that works on 2 quests that we're doing. Yeti. Okay. Yeah. And friends, I'm not fishing. Jess has marinated some pork ribs, and we have our leftover potato gratin from yesterday. It's good. I am looking at a home-cooked god tier meal this evening. I just need you all to know that. I'm not fishing for food. But obviously everybody's got strong opinions when it comes to pizzas and whatnot. I really enjoy the Pagliacci's, which is like a local brand, because it tastes the closest to me like a proper like back alley Italian Venice pizza. No, I'm making a deal with Business Fish. That's actually the last cutscene of Blueprints. Hart actually did a roast, so they're not jealous for a change. Not bad. I should have taken more photos of the lamb slow cook. It wasn't the prettiest creation. Oh, also, we could just remove the former seat of power in Ordinia Eris before the current era and the rise of the Red Banner. You know, we've got... Oh, no, we don't have the axe. Let me shut my whore mouth. I was about to say, we've got the axe. We can do something with that. No, we don't. So, yeah, all we're doing is... all we're doing is heading back. We tried... we took the self-igniting torch, but not the blue crown, to the throne room. So that's what we're doing now. And you're right, Akari. We don't need the throne room to axe its cost, but we would need the axe to axe its cost. God. What a tangled web we weave when first we do draft a fucking weird house. Oh, Bronx, that does sound fucking rad. Alright. You okay?
Yeah, where is the link for the fucking book? Which one is it?
It's the thin one in the rack. Oh, hang on. Bear with me just a second, friends. We got crockpot battles. Hello, everyone. The crockpot has been equipped with pork. Well, so Scotty, the thing we need to decide is what room do we want for tomorrow, and I think we want the throne room again, maybe. But we should have enough food to purchase and whatnot. More salted apples. How's that heart doing, Simon?
Maybe I'll redo it, but I'll sing it myself.
Oh, I'm gonna buy the food from the kitchen just in case we're having a run back. Ooh. Oh, hang on. Bear with me a second, friends. Oh, no. Good.
Is it your stupid cord?
Maybe.
Jesus Christ.
It's grumpier than usual that time. Okay, we're good. Well, the irony, Scott, is I think we've done so much of the test today that we actually could set off the radiation detector. Yeah, honestly, and sorry I talk about like Twitch business stuff. This year's just scary, and please spare a thought for Jess, who has to listen to me when I'm having a freak out about, money and whatnot. I really care about shit, and unfortunately, caring about shit equals worrying. What do you mean batteries? It's a natural glow. Okay. Need to go.
Oh my god.
Parlor Pool Commissary. Yeah, that's quicker. Beep at me. Oh. Couldn't leave that single coin behind. So yeah, this is one of those times where like it would be great to have like a fucking sponsor or something. It does make me laugh that we didn't hear another whisper from those guys who were launching that like Bitcoin Steam competitor. I think they died a death. The Indie... Oh, Poppy. The Indie.io subscription service is still doing the rounds, but I think it's a bad deal for consumers, and I think it's a bad deal for the devs they have on. So, I ain't taking that. Poppy. Okay, we have shitloads of steps, we have the torch, and we have the blue crown. So let's see if we can get anything from this. So far, all we found is another salted apple to raise Simon's blood pressure. Okay, so here's the crown of the blueprints. The former ruby crown of Ordinia Eris, recently set with freshly cut sapphires. And here we have the throne room, the former seat of power in Ordinia Eris before the current era and the rise of the Red Banner. It says reclaim the crown. Indeed. Alright, just I think we need other items that the monk Clue told us about. You mean with the throne room? Because the only other thing it's got to be is the red crown. No, there doesn't appear to be a wear crown option. There doesn't appear to be a thing there to interact with. And the torches don't appear to have a lighting spark. Okay, let's go check the hallway and see if we've the tunnel. Sorry, see if we've had an impact. we opened this place from the garage door, we got that note about ready is the throne. Okay. Let's go to last week's notes. Steady is the scepter, deadly is the stone, heavy is the crown, and ready is the throne. So we need the scepter, the crown, and the stone. We don't historically or in-gamely know about the scepter yet. And there are 2 crowns that we've encountered. Okay. Oh. Wrong darkened tunnel. Okay. Damn. Alright, well, we've made a dent on the tunnel, but... Oh, I see something. Okay. Making headway. One thing that was really interesting from last PAX was just talking to like hardware manufacturers and stuff like that. Like I use Beacon Kit for the interconnected tool PC setup, and when talking to them, it was very interesting how they seemed as hard up as we were. Okay, okay. Oh yeah, and as Zakari noted, the tunnel is something we work at over time. Alright. We can have one more run at the outdoor room, any room of our choice. Aside from the throne room, are there any other recommendations? Yeah, I'm going to check in the bracelet now, because that's our magical winning tool. Break room could get us 2 days of keys. You know what I'm tempted to do? I'm tempted to make the long walk up and get the solarium. Or like the secret garden. Like, if there's nothing else to be gained from the throne room right now. Oh, Chandra says they have a thing, but it's an interaction involving the foundation. Oh, is that the thing where if you take the foundation, the lift doesn't work? Someone was alluding to that last week. Because I'll try it. it doesn't if it doesn't break the game, I'll try it. Oh, that's fascinating. So Chunra is saying if you take the foundation of the outer room, it falls off the blueprint and you can replace it later. I'm happy with the foundation it is. It saved my ass more times than killed us. So, you know what? I'm going to pick the Solarium. But feel free to add Solarium. I hardly know him. And yeah, we got loads of steps, so I can pop open the trunk. The key card after every door has been revealed. Now we can retire. Probably. You all were telling me that the antechamber either bugs out or doesn't do anything. And yes, I know we don't need these things, but it is the principle of the matter. I'm just glad we did the surprise it's a fucking test last week. I feel like my nerves have been shot now for ages. Oh, the antechamber was the alternate way to finish the monk puzzle. Ah, yes, that was it. Sorry. Well, my nerves are not as frayed. My brain certainly is. Okay. So if you look around, one of the panels in here is weird. Huh. A little T. That's unT-leavable. Bronxwood, leave that tea alone. Okay. If it's unT-leafable, you should steep it. Criminals. Criminals. Oh yeah, and I am recording how many days deep we are, just in case we have to do another puzzle. Because we are 85 days deep into our adventure. And I'm still missing one fucking stamp. Oh, and yeah, we need our coat check. Take that treasure trove off the bat, though. I haven't even had the opportunity to spend this much cash. Cha-ching, as the kids would say. But yeah, jumping back. Like, trying to think of who could sponsor the Longship is extremely challenging. Ah yes, J-Pose. A cha-ching indeed. Breakfast nook. Okay. I think we can spare a couple of coins for the chapel. Oh yeah, like, now we're hoarding stars because if we ever desperately need to roll on a specific room, we can have 50 rolls. Where's my coat check? Where's my electric car, Bruce? Okay. So Aeon, yeah, jumping back. The Game of the Month Club, like the Game Club, is an interesting one in... I mean, just said it plainly, like, their goal is to... pet the dog. No, their goal is to pick games that are good for conversation. Conversation games aren't necessarily great stream games, right? And now we've moved away from doing kind of like the Game Club Live. Oh, we had a key card as well, so we can just crank the power. I guess we can do offline locked just in case. And that's a really difficult thing. So I'm not privy to how games are chosen from the Game Club, right? I do know that Rob, whose surname escapes me because I'm a terrible friend, is in charge of game suggestions at very least, right? And you know, I'm just gonna eat all these bananas and this club sandwich. Well, maybe and banana. And Rob's one of the few people who's got like a really good grounding on... Damn, you know, we just... The Solarium was supposed to give us all the cool shit. I mean, yay, battery pack, but damn. Alright, let's try security. Rob is incredibly versed in just the sheer variety of cool games. You're right, we didn't. Because we get the closet in the first rung. Okay. I get so scrambled sometimes. And the thing is, like, I appreciate what Game Club is trying to do, right? Like, trying to help people make IRL friends in the same way that other, like, digital communities during lockdown helped people make digital friends. I know that's not everybody's jam. And, like, the Longship kind of have their... we have our squad. We have our vibe. It's a good squad. It's a great vibe. Mr. Aranex, what turn, welcome. Yes, more blueprints. You haven't missed anything yet. And it's looking like this run might be a lot of hot air. Unless I can get my my emerald bracelet. It goes with my attire. Hang on, let me just down there. I'm Mike Leanin. Well, yeah, I don't know if I'm the only person still doing like game club promotion stuff. There are other streamers and folks involved, but I don't really talk with them all too much. You know, commissary yay, lack of gems nay, but we've got more money than we have anything else, and we can buy gems, so there we go. So I know Flair's been doing some stuff, and there's a couple of other folks involved. Cool. As much as I want the morning room, give me the den. Bless you. Yeah. An Aeon, like, that's understandable. Wait, I thought you could only rotate the Dove room and then rotate what you were drawing from it. Alright, well, we got our bracelet fucking finally. Okay. Now we're ready to party. And Hadouken. Secret garden, love to see it. Yeah. So, you know, the thing is that with the game club, what they were really after was a like a multi-streamer crossover. Poppy. That all of these suck, but I'll go for the boudoir. Gives me more dice rolls. I think what they really wanted to happen was like a big crossover stream once a month, where it's like all of us getting together and talking about the thing, and that was really hard to organize. And it's been really hard to get other, you know, stream folks, the kind of stream folks who, you know, I know are good with banter and discussion. It's been really hard to get those folks together for something like the game club, because, you know, they got their own stuff going on. Okay. Courtyard is always unlocked. Lovely. Shovel? Shovel? No shovel. I guess the thing is like, a book club style discussion is a really cool idea, but we're the kind of house where we are already talking about video games like that. We're already in. One of the things that's difficult is only doing like gameplay streams, trying to analyze a game while you're playing it. Like the Recall game we played, I really hate it, and like I hate it on a creative level. Like, I don't fault it for being a game that exists. I'm not like, you know, how dare you make this video game. But the more I think about it, especially the end level, where the guy who's supposed to be the big bad, who, like, okay, creatively, the moral of that story was that, like, the one good cop in the city, because he turned his back on the Force, turned into a murdering dickhole because he got a taste for murder. I don't know. That doesn't quite land with me. And yeah, Scotty, that is the other thing with the game club, is that we don't know the game until we get it. So you have to sign up now to get next month's game, but you don't know what that game is. And if I'm like, oh shit, this month's Game of the Month club is really fucking good, and you're like, brilliant. I'm so glad you told me this. Alright, keys more than gems. Because, like, what are you supposed to do? Hey, does anyone remember... The freezer is a blue room, right? Like, I'm not going completely loopy there. I'll open it, but... it just had a thought that we might be able to... We might be able to use the boiler into the blue room with the prismatic key. Keys, you bastards. I want to go showroom, but I think we should go business fish, because business fish. Here he is, the big man of business. The small pond's only Chungus. The master, the unrivaled, the salinated, and the salivating. This business fish, look at his little face. Ah. You're familiar with that whole humans will pack bond with anything, and like the funny little memes around it. But has anyone done one that's like humans will mythologize anything? Because I think they should. Because business fish is legend. Okay, fine. Any chance you're gonna pass us a shovel? Oh, take the dice though. Okay, I'm pulling the foyer, but we are backing it up, backing it up. Sorry, I had a very, very dark thought, which is why I went quiet for a second there, which is, so Miss Marigold, pen name, has huge success writing Swimbird, followed... Okay. Followed up by The Red Prince, and then releases The New Clue. And maybe, okay, maybe she released The New Clue. The dark thought that hit me is that if I really wished go observatory. I'm going to try and get to the back of the closed exhibit. See if the red crown, and then maybe roll the dice on the throne room. See if that gets us anything. But yeah, writing a quote-unquote children's book as a character assassination of a known absolute cockwomble would be glorious. Like, try my hand at some, like, Quentin Blake style illustrations. Okay. Ah, festival. Okay. We'll go office. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and save the foyer side of this, get the secret garden, get the antechamber open. See if we can get the throne room. So reveal tripwire. Lower barrier. Okay. You ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Back of the net. You feel free to request my autograph for my sick gaming skills. I will be giving them out at the end of the stream. Sorry, so jumping back. I'm saying, yeah, Aeon, go full blueprints and make an incredibly spiteful children's book. Shit, those are great. Hang on. Knight Shield, Maid's Chamber. Fuck. Alright, we're still good though. We just need more rolls. Yeah, the misclick can happen to the best of us. And we'll save that cheddar in case we decide to blow it all on $100 roll the croupier's table. Unfortunately, Laoshi, we must live with the cursed knowledge that depending on when this takes place and the difference between this historical timeline and ours, there is a non-zero chance that Simon has done several fortnight dances in victory. Yeah, the ginger numpty. The tail of the poo bone skeleton. Never underestimate the power of spite in a creative environment. I don't know if any of the mod team are here, but hopefully I'm not giving them heart palpitations about Will makes a potentially libelous children's book. When we said don't get the Discord subpoenaed, that includes this, Will. Okay. We're after a throne room, and we have 2 dice to get it. Dinner is served. Okay, can we please address the fact that it really wants me to pull the fucking vault? Like, what the dog shit? Okay, fuck you, that was spiteful. I guess we just gotta hope we can come up from the foyer. I think we might have lost a heart of cards. You know what? We're good for money and steps, so let's take the conservatory. Shovel? No. Cello? No. Okay, so laboratory. Fuck no. We shittin' rare. Hallway closet. Uncommon. Unusual. Throne room. Standard. If I can slash the cost of it, that's a 3 for nothing. Like if I can get the axe, the throne room, then we talked about this a couple of weeks back. Occasionally someone will suggest that, you know what, Blueprints would be a great horror game. Currently, Littlefire, Jess, is streaming some horror games in the other room. Well, in the other side of the room. And it's always cool when Jess is streaming during Blueprints, because a lot of people avoid this for spoilers, which I completely understand. But Jess is a horror game scholar, an aficionado. And to hear it take root in the other room is very funny. Okay. Alright, alright. Okay, well, I don't want any of these. So I'm going to redraw using the red crown. I'm going to take the mail room for now. But yeah. I will say that if I never actually end up writing any of the books I intend, it's always fun to talk with you all about it. How did I get the red crown? Because I'm awesome. Aranax, have you not been watching? According to the Daily Mail, I am US gamer Will Overguard. Thank you very much. And being a US gamer comes with a great many things. Including a crown to show just how awesome and cool I am. No, I managed to get the office into the closed exhibit. So, or to the back panels of the closed exhibit. Anyway, jumping back. It's very funny because when Jess is playing like a really good horror game and when the scares hit, I can hear the impact. And then it affects. It gives us an understanding of what Blueprints would be like as a horror game. And it would probably be incredibly powerful. Oh, that's cool. So if you biff it, you have to go back and reset it. That's right. Yeah, Scotty, we've got one stamp that we're missing. Which means like a personal insult. Oh shit. I need to make sure we hit the dining room. I didn't realise our steps had gotten down into the 20s. Sadly, the wood-fired pizza is not fired. Yeah. Whoa! So, Scotty, that's the thing. The blackmailer said that we would never receive the last red letter. Hang on. I'm just gonna grab that apple real quick. More salted fruit. So whether we will actually see that last letter is kind of unknown. Well, so Aranax, we unfroze the letter in the freezer, and that was a special letter that the Baron left for us. Which I think he was expecting us to get much earlier on. Oh my god. I do believe Simon's going through a hip-hop phase. Sorry, you missed it. Just Jess going, I do believe that person's a right cunt. No one knows how funny we are. Okay, special key. Oh, and we do need some keys. Alright, as much as the showroom would be kind of fun. Okay, boiler room is good. We need a cross section, and we can redraw one more time. But if we redraw one more time, I don't know what we're going to get. Sorry, bear with me just a second. No. Okay. You know what, yeah, Zoltan said we'd never find the last room, and his clues were all unhelpful. His clues were all about what happened to our mum. Okay, I'm going to go boiler room, because I don't think we're onto a winner here, friends. Now the reason I'm going to go boiler is because, not this door, but the other door, we're going to use our re-rolls hopefully to get the freezer. If you would like to sing Maximum the Hormones freezer song, you are more than welcome. I will not be doing it. One cannot maximum the hormone subtly. You know, it's maximum the hormone, not gently imply the hormone. Okay. There's the throne room. But no, I'm committed. It's ice time. And tomorrow, we rich. Okay. So, Aranax, this is what we worked out last time, is that we can use the igniter which gets us a nice silver key. This was the... I think this is it.
I've never been so fucking excited for stamps.
I need a violently loud bagpipe rendition of We Are the Champions, slightly off key, possibly by that bloke who dresses like Darth Vader on a unicycle, to belt out. There we go. But yeah, so Mr. Aranax, we went through this one, and it's mostly about, yeah, the crown. It also talks about the blackmailers and how he's had to hide things. And it's the other side of the chess puzzle. You know, the one where you have to take the letter missing. So we've definitely been through this one, but last time... Oh God. So these are the replacement consoles. Oh, I'm so sorry, that was my stomach. I do appear to have the shits. I'm terribly sorry, old chap. I appear to be shitting my own pants. Yes, Akari, I can pull up a letter. Do you need a reading? Or do you just need some screenies? Because I did screen share it. Last blank page. That's the one we solved. If we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. No, Akari, I made stupid mistakes multiple times throughout this run. I'm not mad if anyone's like, hey, can we just check this thing? Okay, firstly, Mr. Aranax, I did not brute force it. I went through all the children on the list of the new clue, and it just happened that the one that I worked out was also the most nefarious. It's not brute forcing if you work out the puzzle. I was actually grumpy when Dustin accused me of brute forcing the Inner Sanctum puzzle, and I was like, no, I'm learning. So we're here. I did not crank it for 30 minutes, Kari. I am going to use the silver key, though. Pool. Yes, because the pool contains a whole bunch of Well, Orzine, don't tell me a darn thing, but congratulations, and I hope you had fun. Yeah, like, joking aside, I did really enjoy it when we all worked out what the admin password was together. But yeah. Orzine, were you in earlier when we were talking about how Windrose is brilliant? Because Windrose is brilliant. Well, I mean, the TLDR of it is nothing that will shock you. It's just a good game. And what's so wild about it is that it's a very good game in a way that is easy to understand. Oh, Dice, what and welcome. Dice, my homie did not get back to me about stuff and things, so I don't know if he was just having like a crazy day or what have you, but I can't imagine the laboratory is going to do anything for us right now. Fuck it. Why not? I'm a locksmith, and I'm a locksmith. We still have to get back down to coat check, so the break room's kind of out. And we can't buy anything. Fuck it. Oh, library. We can see if we did it with all the stamps. Hang on, I need to phrase that better. But yeah, like, that's the thing, Orzine, like, it's the cooking systems from Valheim, the upgrade systems from Neo, and other, like... Huh, it's the same picture. Castle Odenia... 3 rulers, kingdoms... Oh, I'm so sorry, friends. I do appear to have let one slip from my bottom. Sorry, apropos of nothing, Jess and I recently, she got to see it the first time we watched the show That Goes Wrong, the Goes Wrong show. And it's when the squiff keeps going off randomly, and he keeps going, "Excuse me." All hail the Stamp Lord. I am the Lord of Stamps. Okay. One of these is going to be, oh, I think, or a jar. The White Sea of Yore. It's probably going to be one of the puzzles once we get into the Inner Sanctum today. Honestly, yeah, we can start doing Inner Sanctum stuff today pretty much whenever, but it's going to involve a lot of research and a lot of looking into like the kids' geography homework. Okay, we do still have the doors off of the dark room, but let's just assume that we're walking back to hand in the necklace. We have 2 keys left. Oh, how many keys to the Inner Sanctum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need 2 more Sanctum keys. Because we've unlocked one of the doors, but it was that thing of, we were getting towards the end of the stream, and it was going great, but my brain just crapped out. Should we check the clues that we have for key locations? Well, we finished everything in the new clue, so then the question is like, what are those clues looking like? the current threads that we have to pull on is the Red Crown plus the Throne Room, which we can try, assuming we have enough steps. Assuming we get it. The castle, aka the word puzzle on the wall downstairs. The super hammer in the greenhouse. And then the tunnel. Now, we just powered the freezer, so we're actually done with that. So, Akari, something in my gut tells me that that is the last puzzle. I would like to do all of the Sanctum doors. Because here's the thing. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 postcards from his lordship. Code checks on this side. Alright. Yeah, we have 5 postcards from his lordship. We could probably... fuck it, why not? We could probably reverse engineer the true treasure of the trove is not in the house. We could probably reverse engineer his lordship's puzzle. However, I don't want to. What happens if you spawn the treasure trove as an outside room? Alright, Chonrus, take me through your thinking. It turns out the oft-rumoured treasure of Mount Holly was more than just a rumour. Banana. Heavily salted fruit. Okay, so what we would need to do is pull... Okay, so I'm going to add that to our list of threads. Treasure trove outside. Going. Okay, Will. Ooh, I might need to get some snacks or something in just a sec. Oh, heading to the inner sanctum. Let's do the inner sanctum puzzle now while we're kind of between stuff, and then once we've cracked that, we can start working on the other threads. Sorry friends, my brain went to goo in the last couple seconds. I'll grab myself some water or a cup of tea or something in a sec. Like, still, well, I guess I did get up early, so I don't want to have another coffee because I am 2 coffees and a Red Bull deep. And I lack the fortitude of a gremlin heart to be able to quaff Red Bulls with reckless abandon. So yeah, friends, if any of you want to go get snacks or beverages or teas and coffees and whatnot, we're going to try and do the next of the country puzzles in the Inner Sanctum. Okay. And yeah, so we have 2 doors left after this one. So yeah, this is the downward arrow. Which... Okay, going by the key... Sorry, let's bring it up the... going up, sorry, by the stamp that we just found. This is the region, the snowy region. I wonder if we have enough data on this. Well, Scotty, I noticed you didn't come back with We Are the Champions Bagpipe Edition, so you obviously weren't paying that much attention. God, this is why I'm glad you lot keep me in check, because I am someone who should not have any kind of power. Okay. Sorry, I don't want to... I'm just bringing up the kids' geography work. You don't have a bagpipe emo? Oh shit, we need one. We need bagpipes! Stat! Okay, her ladyships, metal box, math homework. That's history, but not geography. We need geography. So there is Karia, Morajar, and Veria. Now, I don't think it's Morajar. I think it's Corica or Veria. Because Adrea, or Edra, we know. Not helping. Here we go. Geography worksheet. Identify each realm on the map below. I hope this isn't a political statement, which must be there. This is what we're dealing with. Most of the kids say that this is the region we're looking at. Oh, fuck off, Aeon. Fine. Fine, you can have your fucking squats. You can have your squats, you can look at the rune, think about what you've done. But I may pop the kettle on in just a sec. Bloodletting. Blood goes out, cocaine goes in. That's how old-timey doctors get it done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Fuck you, J Post. One, two, three, four, and five. Okay. I'm gonna pop the kettle on and nips the pisser. Friends, if you want any like biscuits or tea or anything tough, do it yourself. I'll be back in a sec. It's too warm for cake. It's too warm for tea, so I'm having cake. Because I got some leftover cake. Okay. So, has everyone got their research hats on? Cake. Okay. So, according to the notes we have from geography. Yeah, wait, Layoshi, did you fill out your hat request form? Because if you didn't, I'm sorry. Okay. So, this is the emblem of Korakaya. Now, what do we know about Korakaya? Sorry, Chonorus, I read that in the, God? Are you there? It's me, Margaret. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Alright, bet. I'm not a coward. I'm not a coward.
Well, it's better than you having to squat right now.
Fuck.
I'll tell you that much.
I was hoping I could use you as a distraction to avoid it.
No.
Happy fatty. Happy fatty.
Chunky. Can you do squats with me? Oh, fuck off, Jay Post. Genres. Getting a head rush from laughing is exactly why one should spend time on Twitch. Caffeine, Watto, and welcome. I've got 35 squats to do, and I totally didn't potentially suggest something super liable earlier. Totally. I haven't you. And that's 35. Oh, thank you all. Wait, no, not thank you. Fuck you guys. Thank you for waiting. Okay. Anyway, Chornerus, thank you. And I hope that was entertaining. Okay. 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 So we're gathering facts on Corica. This country right here, Corica. Which is somewhere between here, the south and north circles. I guess because, like, it is a large enough continent that has stuff on either end. Alright. Also, that is absolutely the spiral. Hang on. From that little note early on that says the spiral never ends. Just rotate it a little. Like 1000%. Ooh. Catching my breath over here. Virals. Well, it looks like it ends to me. Proud of that one. Oh. Hey, Virals, remember when I sabotaged your game by getting you super into Night Rain? I keep thinking the moon pendant. The moon pendant's got something to do with all of this. Okay, I know you're here. Sorry, I'm trying to find that that one picture. I've got something like 900 screenshots now from when we started this. I really need to like print them out. Ah, here we go. See this thing? Does it ever end? Which was found in, I believe, her ladyship's bedroom. Yeah. Because that's the thing, virals. And then the creative lead spent all weekend playing a game and now wants to put new features in the game is very real when you yourself are the creative lead and also the implementer. But yeah, this little thing here, does it never end, is exactly that. I don't know what it means yet, but it feels important. Anyway. Okay. So there's the Black Bridge. Now, where's the children's geometry homework? Sorry, geography homework. Here's the... Well, see, the history of Ordinia is not going to touch on this. It looks like we're spiraling directly into the sun, but enough about me. Okay, is there anything that we have learned about Korakaya yet? Karika? Whatever. Like, Chornerus, Akari, like, DJ. Is there anything that I have just forgotten in my brain dead and currently well exercised noggin? You okay? Oh, you know, it was close. I didn't realize you were so tightly wound. It was the cake box. I was just closing it. Probably should lay off the meth. Well, that's not going to happen. We have the North Circle and the South Key. The key is also the 8. I'm just trying to remember if we've heard anything about, you know, Korokania. Korokika. Or do we really have to reverse engineer it? Like, from the stamp we can gather there's the statue. The statue comes from a mysticism. Wasn't the dormitory built up as Korakaya, was it? I just want to recheck the geography worksheet. Identify each region. The Seeker of Signs. I think Korakika Korakika, or whatever we're calling it, seems to be mystical and massive. Great Tress. Okay, so let's move these over here. Oh, and I also need to open the runic translation book. That's what I need to print out, is the unedited how to do a rune. Here we go. Okay, so we know it's going to be snow. Snow and spirituality, we know. Okay. Spiritual's little pizza symbol. Hang on a second. Oh, you think it's academia? Alright. Academic is the 3 lines. Okay. Snow. Hang on. We want the... Studio Edition, Dormitory. They can't be purple for colors, because purple is the Adrean color, right? So maybe they're yellow. Okay, got an idea. The white-orange pendant in the top corner of the dormitory. So Studio Editions. Now it's a big... This is where it gets tricky, right? I think you're right on academia, and I think we're correct on snow. The only thing we don't know is travel. Now, horseback suggests rough area. It's not going to be camels or turtles. It's not going to be aviation. And it's probably not going to be roads and streets due to size, so it's either naval or horseback. And I'm going to guess horseback, just because, like, the size of it. Okay, so then we're testing colors. Assuming if my assumptions based on culture are correct. So it's either going to be white or orange on this one. But don't we know orange already? Well, we'll try white, we'll try yellow, we'll try orange. So that's white. No, it'd be too easy. Oh no. Oh, that last one was black, not white. Okay. yellow.
This town's cursed! Away! Away!
Okay. Okay, so then we've got to try the same thing for roads and carriages, and then naval. That's turtleback. Okay, so this is naval. If my assumptions based on that culture are correct, exactly what someone wanted to hear from someone with your accent. You're right. Oh no, I appear to have done a colonialism. Okay. So then it's got to be roads, streets, and carriages. Boom, shalack-lack boom. Roads, streets, carriages. You know what? In retrospect, that makes a lot more sense, because if they're an academic culture... Alright, here we go. Okay. There have been fewer and fewer opportunities the further we travel up into the mountains to attend my correspondence, and I find myself regretting having brought so many books, as this is the first realm I have visited without porters. Here, every person is expected to carry their own belongings, and if you can't throw away that which is expendable, it's looking like I'll be bringing back less souvenirs than I planned. I never expected to appreciate the cold, but the frigid weather here is a welcome relief coming from the sweltering shores of Vera. Yours sincerely, Herbert. P.S. I ended up forsaking all but one of my books. Huh. Interesting. Talk box and little like snowy topiary. It's rather lovely. Okay. Time for another round of Will loses his fucking marbles to a puzzle box. Oh, these were the guys that didn't take part. something here. Oh, there we go. Wait, no, hang on. Marvelous. An arrow axe. That's a cool way of doing it. Okay. So, we will start to be able to, at least in terms of colors and culture, be able to identify the last couple. We know that of these two, one is going to be the deserty turtleback area of oh. Yeah, so the two we have left are the naval in white, and then I guess whatever colors are left over from the designation will be our turtleback sandy area. Like, we'll be able to reverse engineer quite a bit of that. It's just now we need two more. Now we need two more keys. Visit Vera Shores, which we know will be a very hot climate because we paid attention in school. Okay. Okay. I don't think there's anything else for this run before we start our next one, but yeah, we've stashed. Oh no, we have a couple more steps left. Let's see if we can get something off the dark room, because we've lost the ability to summon something outside, so we need the shrine outdoors to continue. And there's a non-zero chance we could pull the throne room towards the end. High five, tiny wizard. Whoosh. It is I, the tiny wizard of blueprints. How about a fist bump, you sheet? I will say, Aranax, one thing I've liked doing is, at least when I've been traveling in the US, is when finishing a book while I'm traveling, I'll just find a free library to leave it in. That's always been kind of cool. You know, I'm not usually in the habit of reading and rereading books. I love the idea of it. A treasured apple. Like, I don't know, for example, if there was a book coming out like very soon, which I don't think any of you have heard of. It's called, I wrote this down here, Dungeon Crawler Carl. Next book comes out this month. Sure.
Just shoot me now. 0-day drop today, and guess was still online when the info came out.
Wait. 0 day is in, like, your work day is fucked? As, like, or 0 day, a game or movie franchise that I'm not aware of? You don't think that's a book? That sounds about right. Crawler Carl's a really weird name. Oh. No, like, I am familiar with the term zero-day exploit. It's just, yeah, I've also now, the term zero-day exploit is in a lot of different... Yeah, new Dungeon Crawler Carla's out on the 12th. But yeah, Bacon, put the coffee on. Either me or Little Fire or both of us will be here to keep you company. You got this. I'm sorry you have to deal with it. Alright, speaking of which, I think that's all we can do with this day. Thanks a lot, Pantry. Well, I'm Bacon. Thank you for the bits as well. Keeping my dumb ass alive in the process. Oh, but yeah, after that puzzle cracking and squatathon, Bacon and Caffeine, how you doing? Okay. Oh, and we start with 100 quid. Sorry, 185 quid and 17 gems. Ooh. A package for me? Brass compass? That's a good point. Who's K. Thomas? Do we know K. Thomas? Is... So it says, to the room, do different things. We set the wheels on different countries. For those downstairs puzzles, we are given the central rune, which denotes which country it is, and we then have to work out the rest. Kim Thomas is the lab assistant. Oh, that's cool. So the guy who's been sending us goodies and stuff. And none of these are helpful. Alright. Well, Lockpick can't hurt. Lockpick Can't Hurt is also a really good name for an autobiographical novel. Okay. Ooh. Bacon, like, I think I've told you my past in that I've done enough admin work. Like, I could not fix the problem you are facing in a modern environment, but I understand the... Yeah, give me the bracelet. I understand the ferocity and the bullshit that you have just faced. Will be facing. K. Thomas is also an admin login. Okay. excessive amounts of bacon and eggs. That'll definitely help Simon's heart condition. Let's go Corryard, because the chances of Corryard having a spade or a sledgehammer in are kind of high. Okay. Kari says, rereading random notes across the game. Alright, what have you found? Okay, experiment set up. Come on, removing some boxes. Crate from the tunnel. Fuck. Trash from digging. We picked the wrong one for digging. Each time you unlock a door, each time we draft a shop room, I think it's the only thing we're going to get. Akari checked the sanctum keys with room 46's note. And there's 2 keys we're missing from that note. Hang on, I'm not sure I'm picking up what you're putting down. In room 46... As in the room where we see the crown, it shows that there are the doors and that we will need them. The list of sanctum keys is in room 46. Hang on, let me bring my notes up. That's what happens when everything happens quite so much. Okay. Because obviously I document everything, even when... Okay, yeah, there's a crown of the blueprints. Hang on, we'll move it over here. We got... Secret's not as secure as you thought. We have your letters. 8 letters, 8 payments, 100 gold. And we found 7 of those 8. So Marigold, Epstein, Sinclair, Jones. Oh, okay. The first key is found here in the furthest rank. The second is locked tight in the vault of the bank. Check. The third is up high among all the clocks. So that's the clock tower. Oh, and DJ Coil, that could be really cool for either like getting our lock-picking like choice or... Okay, the 5th key is held by the king on his throne. The 6th in a station left by one of your own. The 7th is major if you draft it quite late. The last key is waiting behind the door of 8. Okay. So... Let me just... So, we've got... Here in the furthest rank, that was the key we found inside the antechamber, right? Or inside this. Okay. So we have furthest rank, vault of bank, which I know we did, among all the clocks. Not sure about that one, obviously. Down below, beneath all the docks, we did that.
carpet on the floor to cover the rotten boards. Why not just replace the boards?
That's obviously in the boxes down in the reservoir. The 6th in a station left by one of our own.
But there's also
We found a sanctum key in the metro station, right?
wait, you can't just cover up that. I was realizing that came here because of the day she died. The day she died. The day you killed her.
The 7th is major if you draft it quite late.
Honestly, I would take a money pit over not having a house phone. And then you can be creative with fixing things.
And the last key is waiting behind the last door of 8.
Or I guess you could just sell it. But oh,
Now we definitely did that one. Okay. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, and the king. King and throne.
I mean, yeah, with all the definite probably asbestos that's in this house. Your best bet would be to just get rid of it.
Now, if we're looking at this, what I would say is the 7th is major if you draft it quite late. I would say that's probably the music room, which gives you a major key. So maybe we need to draw the music room at like the last rank. Obviously, we did the door of 8. I think we did king and throne
Well,
because we haven't gotten a sanctum key from the music room.
land's probably worth more than the house. I mean, absolutely, yeah. The land is.
Oh, and Kettrell, what and welcome. Drafting's going good. I just, as I have been streaming this for many, many weeks, and there are many, many challenges, I'm just, you've all been here for this. We are confirming. The last key is waiting by the last door of 8. You sure? We did the 8 room, which gave us a sanctum key. Eight room is a trophy, not a sanctum. Oh, okay, so we didn't get the last 8. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, I think we got furthest rank. I'm sure we got vaulted banks. It's 1, 2, 3. I don't think we got amongst the clocks. I think we got king on his throne. No, if we're gonna do this as a squad, sorry, that was my brain. If we're gonna do this as a squad, what I would like is confirmation on what we have done. All right, you've been there for it, like, because that way the 5th is held by a king on his throne. We're missing 3 and 8, so we're missing amongst the clocks, and we're missing the last door of 8. Okay. Wait, no. So we got the key from the major? Yeah, see, again, this is why I like... Everything happened so much. The music key we got. Yeah, see, I would not remember that. We definitely got the station. Okay. So it's the clocks and the last 8. Okay. King and throne, check. 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 And check. Okay. So there is something we need to do with the clock tower because it's higher amongst the clocks. That's easy to understand. The only high point you can really go to in this is the clock tower. And the last door of 8. Okay. With this one, though, I think we've just got to do drafting shops. Okay, and thank you all.
Between the last game and this one, they do a really good job of building up suspense. Just with the lighting and everything.
That sounds like us.
I genuinely think it would do well for them to just not rely on the jump scares.
Hmm.
Because I'm also someone who doesn't believe that, honestly. It's just
Jesus.
I think this person is very creative.
It certainly could be. Yeah, so far we only know of one 8 room, and that is the room that comes from the gallery key. Wait, isn't .de, isn't that German? So my German is not good enough to warrant that. And genres, so far, I don't think there's been anything that adds rooms. There have been things that open up, and there are things that are larger than standard rooms, like the Secret Garden. Come back up through here later. Don't need the gems right now. Need is shopping and a fucking shovel. The Mechanarium in theory could have 8 doors. That's a good point. How we would get all 8 of those is quite the challenge. We would have to draft the House of Mirrors and then spend that whole day using the planetarium. Oh, to Peter Emery's, hey, I completely get it. This game slaps. And this is my whole notebook. And most of it is filled. So look, seriously, this is one of those games to avoid spoilers on. Tomorrow we're talking to some of the reindeer devs. The Rain World devs. And then we're going to play the wonderfully underrated Salamander County Television. It's going to be good. Okay. But yeah, but thanks for popping in and saying hi. Well, we have a morning star now, so that's handy. You know what? I'm just going to buy them all in case we get the archives or something. Yeah, DJ Coil, on the gallery puzzles, I had to ask the squad because dyslexia plus obscura were equaled fighty will. Oh, there's nothing else we can buy. Don't need 2 sledgehammers. That's mildly insulting. Well, we get a re-roll in here, so maybe we can get something cool, like a locksmith. I think we could afford a couple of keys, or a showroom would be wonderful. However, we're taking the passageway. Lol. Okay. I do wonder. You know, they delete this, like delete the A. I mean, deleting the A just gives us archives. which feels like a cooking instruction. Yeah, Vert and Flo, the rainbow tax is real. Viking Blonde.gay is unfortunately out of my price range. Annoyingly, no. I even came in here with the electromagnet, hoping that that was what we needed to come in here to delete shit. Yeah. And like, I'll be honest with you, DJ Coil, if I'd had to do this particular puzzle myself, no, again, Ketrel, I've said, like, I do not mind your, like, checking me to make sure we don't miss cool shit, because, like, what if my stupid slow brain is the reason why we failed to solve one of the big cruxes of this? Yeah. Well, and so, Akari, what was the other note associated with delete A? Unless it's from a room we haven't been to, if it's one I've already seen. Verdon, unfortunately, that's a dead link. Sorry, friends. Mother's Day is coming up, and my humor is going to get darker and darker. Anyone else who's in the Dead Parents Club, you know. Okay, so in the attic, there's a note we can reach, but it was super hidden. Okay. I've got that note here. Just gotta bloody find it. Okay. Where are you? Because I've also been charting a lot of stuff. So it shows the same screen, but it has zeros and red squiggles everywhere. God, I hope I actually recorded it. No, there's no way I would have missed that one. Periodic table. That's her ladyship's diary. Yeah, we hit the attic before we hit the ending. Sorry, bear with me a second, friends. I want to see if I can find this. There's our educational journey. Yeah, because I remember that. Our problem is our screenshot collection of this run so far is reaching like 900 screenies. And sometimes the first time we encountered a room gets a bit squibbly. Yeah, okay, so we'll just make a note to pop to the attic again, because there is also the words that were flashed up by the computer when we unlocked the extra area. Some binary code stuff and then the rest. There's the inner sanctum, there's our geography homework. Alright, just give me another little scroll. If I can't find it, then we just have to keep a hawk eye out for draft in the attic. There's also the weird notes in the computer room, which we haven't done anything. And Aeon, I can show you it in just a second. Shout out to you being able to sight read binary. But then again, as we found out, I forget which game it was we were playing, that being able to sight read leet speak is a weird skill. Alright, friends and homies, we gotta draw off the attic. Okay. Sorry, DJ Coil, very smart. Would that I had the same level of okay. Akari is asking, does anyone have recommendations on how to recover sore arms after weight training? Fuck you, genres. Yeah. And it's like, you could know where someone spent a large amount of time by the inflection of their leet speak. But a lot of those don't work anymore because, like, the proliferation of automatic hyperlinks. Fuck off. Fuck off, Aeon. DJ Coil says bananas and water. I mean, I'm a big proponent of soak it in the tub if you can. System security settings off. Keep it low. Okay. I do like it though. We got lots of oh, can't go that way because of security doors. Lots of options. Firewall's 1 million years dungeon. And you know exactly why. It's got to the point now that I find myself just saying aloud 8 equals capital D. All out of squats. Okay. We do also have the parlor. Okay. Oh, sure you did, Aranax. Sure you did. The rare double dab. I think we've made it as far as 8 dabs at once. It was a previous event. Okay. Paid for this. Alright. You'll have to just imagine the large Hapachar though. Criminals, a lot of you. Commissary for days. Commissary for days. Here we go. Alright, salt shaker. Shovel. Yes. City Kiwi says, what's worse, multiple dabs or many squats? Well, squats hurt. However, even with my creaky, crunchy, cereal-like bone structure, heavily salted turnip. Heavily salted, oversized turnip. You know, the squats are good for me. Dabs hurt me on a spiritual level. Like, they were put in because dabbing does me a damage. Okay, I'm gonna go secret passage because I've got an idea. Secret passage into gold sink to remove even more, because no, actually kitchen works. Also, Aranax, so jumping back, that's also why dabs cost as much as they do, because I was like, at least I don't have to worry about people actually spending 80,000 channel points. There's actually a long and well-recorded history of the Longship doing impossible tasks. So virals, I don't know what to do about the Ultra Skelly Mega Dab. It's so many points that it needs to be an event, right? And I don't have the... Okay, that's the face. The face is bad. Key, good. Apple, good. Sailboat, great. Okay. On showroom. Pool's good. We have a sledgehammer and a shovel, so we get loads of goodies. I mean, Akari, like, as a beautiful key card, as a like post-release goal, Twitch integration for the rock paper scissors game would be brilliant. It's just getting that that core base element down, then you can build the wrapper around it. I mean, shit, you had time and money, make something that looks like Pokemon Stadium, but it's rock paper scissors. Like, let's fucking go. Yeah, no, and Akari, like, absolutely. You know, get yourself stable before dedicating to creative projects. It's just one of those things that it's one of those, like, concepts that someone's gonna hit, and much like marbles on stream, someone's gonna make some cash off it. And I'd much rather it was, you know, like, money for the homies. Okay, we have 90 steps. Much like the gentleman who requested no diggity, I am going to back it up. Ooh, some coupons for dinner. I guess I rushed in and didn't look at the table. Where are my manners, eh? Okay. Boiler room. Passageway. Beep beep. Shit. Oh, all of these are bad. Oh, fine. Dark room's out the pack. Yeah, it's that damn compass. What's her face epitomizing the concept of I'm helping? It's not helping. But bust open some trunks on the way. Ooh. Silver key, love to see it. And again, so long as we dunk the emerald necklace. You know, Scotty, that's definitely a concept lost to time. The idea of the annual. God. Reasons why Will's not in charge of the marketing budget anymore. If I were in charge of something like an online title, I would absolutely do an annual. Like a Warframe annual would be amazing. We don't need it, but do you all want to do the logic puzzle? There are some very large statements on these puzzles. So now it's at the point with the language puzzles, with the logic puzzles, where there's 2 logic statements per box, except for when there isn't. Okay, I'll read it out to you all so you can have a ponder on it. So the blue box says, a statement with an odd number of words is always true. The gems are in the box with the most words. The white box says, full statements have less than 6 words. That's not true. And the black box says, this box has gems. Well, Minnesota, false statements have less than 6 words. That's not true, which is false, so it is true. And then blue also conflicts itself. So you know what? Let's just go this box has gems in it. There you go. That's the thumbnail right there. Yep, just fucking told us. But sometimes being obvious in a land of nonsense. We have a workshop. We have everything except the battery. I'm going to draw the greenhouse. Just in case we get it. Oh yeah, sorry, if you've never heard of the concept, so annuals used to be these weird little books for kids, usually on sale around about Christmas time, and they would feature a bunch of comics, predominantly ones that were done as a promotional materials. Oh, and a watering can. More gems that we don't really need. Mainly because a lot of the UK publishing houses would reconfigure all the single issue comics and then just sell them plus some additional toy commercially stuff and things like that. But as for where annuals started, God, I'd have to look back into it. You know, things like the Beano and stuff like that would always have a yearly annual. Okay, so we're going back up to the commissary. Oh yeah. Gotta get up to get down. I guess it was at its height during the 60s and 70s, but it continued on into the 80s, and I guess it found new life during the toyetic era. You know, it comes from when like print media was running everything. Moose, that sounds right. Moose was just saying that like Archie Comics and stuff used to do annuals, and it was that kind of like old classic dot printing comic style combined with, I don't know, the Christmas excitement and shit like that. It's really good. Oh, that smells good. Sorry, for those of you who joined us late, Little Fire picked up a really good deal on some pork ribs that are almost all meat, no rib, and they are in the slow cooker right now. Once again, making the house smell amazing. But yeah, if I was in charge of, especially like an online game, I would do an annual. Okay, business fish. Why do we have two plants on either side of this? Is that because of the greenhouse? Like, I'm still going to go for the aquarium because that's the good pull, but... Aeon, you're operating on a spice level the rest of us look at with fascination and horror. Your spice tolerance is like a documentary on an underground fight ring. I'm horrified, but I can't look away. I don't need the laundry room. Rare and unusual might not be a bad shout from here up. Oh, okay. Scotty says they just checked the Marvel Blade Runner annual, and it goes from 20 to 120 bucks. The one that I would buy, aside from the Transformers annual, which is probably fucking crazy expensive right now. Just quickly check eBay. You know, the website that Mr. GameStop has been banned from. He's not allowed to sell shit on eBay anymore. Alright, Visionaries annual. Visionaries comic, complete Marvel UK run, annual, and Transformers. That's way out of my price range. It's like 140 bucks. Oh, here we go. Visionaries annual, 1989. From World of Books. Oh, shit, only 20 bucks. Well, 24 pre-shipping. Huh. Sorry, I can show you this one. So it's this. It was an old, like, it was another toyetic line. The toys were kind of naff. It was all about those old holograms. So they have a hologram on their chest, and then they have a hologram on their staff, and they were supposed to indicate like different powers or some shit. I don't know. Kids are dumb. But the book is this like origin story battle royale D&D campaign where the Visionaries fight back and forth. To try and reach. So they fight. A whole bunch of people enter this like wizard's tower, wizard's pyramid. Baron, what and welcome. It's like you know when you're summoned. This was partially some inspiration of the tower, which Baron... I know. But I do not want to let die, and is definitely on me. But yeah, it's a battle royale as everyone fights to get to the top of the tower to get that one wish from the Grand Wizard, except the wizard actually is just watching how they compete, how they behave, and gifts each of them a power and a creature based on that. So all the evil bastards end up with evil bastard powers. And evil creatures and whatnot. Wow, sorry, I slightly went to space for a second there. There we go. Both. And, like, numbers, what and welcome. You know, it ends up being way darker than you would expect. And because, as I'm sure you lot know, like, during the 80s, loads of writers would kind of slum it, writing comic books, or, like, cash in materials to help sell toys. And this would usually go one of two ways. They would just half-arse it, and you'd have a shitey story. Or they'd write some, like, dark, fucked up shit, or some wild shit, because they knew they were getting paid either way, and they just kind of experiment. But yeah, sorry, I'm in two modes between laundry and solarium. I actually think I'm going to go laundry room to help chip away at the boxes, because I don't think it's going to help us either way. But yeah, Baron, I hope you're doing good, mate. In a million years. Laundry room. Okay, experiment successful. Crate removed. If we even had to worry about keys right now, we'd probably proc the experiment enough to set off the radiation alarm. Oh shit! Well, Baron, congrats on the 3-day weekend. I know last time we were nattering, you were on, quote-unquote, the grind. I hope I made the right choice on this one. I do have other places to go from here, and we can get lunch, but I have hoping... Use special key, secret garden. Shit. I'll take the conservatory just because it's a good corner piece. Yeah, because if I remember rightly, it's very specific with where you can place the secret garden. I want to save the silver key for when we encounter the... Oh, if we come out of the pool house, just in case we get blocked in here. But yeah, so Baron, aside from creeping on cars, what else have you got planned for your weekend? Okay, boudoir. We're never mad to see it. In fact, I think we can go for common. trophy room. We'll bump that down to unusual. You know, it's still an L room. Servants' quarters. I'll bring that up to rare. By the time we're pulling the servants' quarters, we're not needing keys. Ah, Baron, that sounds decadent. Fine. Fine. Alright, now time to head to the other side of the building and crack some stuff open. Oh, that's the laundromat. But yeah, so Baron, like nothing super to report over here. Last night I had made my first attempt at like a potatoes gratin, you know, like French style slow cooked, like thin sliced potatoes, and it was good. It came out a little sweeter than suited the pork chops we fried, because pork is cheap and we keep finding really fucking good deals. Where does it come from? Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. And Jess is slow cooking ribs today, so every time they go and check on it, the whole fucking house smells amazing. Okay, special key, silver key. Sure the pigs don't come in long form. Look, there are some meals that I have eaten in my life where if someone went, hey, you know that's people, right? I would have gone, yes. Is there any more? Are seconds available? Ooh, clock tower. Okay, we need this. Okay. Now down here seems to be a time etched in. Do we need to be here at that exact time? Or do we need to be here before? Because I feel like we've pulled the tower early. Battery.
To quote Too Long from DB's Abridged, I'm delicious.
I'm delicious. Ooh, good view up here, though. Yeah, Bronx, we're making stuff happen today. But yeah, Jess and I are currently playing Winrose in our downtime, and it's fucking brilliant because it's basically Valheim but pirates. So okay, so if we're copying the floor plan, when the clock hits 5, nothing so far. Like, there's a missing cog with this one. Yeah, so it might be 5, it might be 7. Like, the time's still continuing round. one that's broken is in the same position as the one at the bottom. Okay. Now the note pertains to Oris Ordinio, because that's the sigil used at the base, but it says, southward I see a swan, ashen like the sands of the shore, carried by westerly winds, robed like the moon of the north. Westward I see a crow, dark are the days coming forth. So it could be that we need to be here when it hits that time, right? Because if that is the same one that shows the clock. Now, unfortunately, we've missed that. We've missed that window because the little hand's dropping down this way, right? However, we do have all the pieces to put together the fuck you super hammer. Oh wait, no, we don't have the broken lever. We do. Alright, I'm losing my marbles. Marbles lost. So... Indeed. Hammerman hammer. Hammerman hammer. Whenever there's a rhyme, some crooks have got a new crime. You'll better beware, because the hammer will be there. Yes, I remember the fact that MC Hammer had his own cartoon and he fought crime with talking magical shoes. I will probably never meet MC Hammer, but if I do, I am going to Alanis Morissette that shit. I am here to remind... Okay, special key, that's not... Me?
Yes.
I don't know, I thought it was exceptionally funny and genius.
I shot there. Got right on with it. And ate away. Alright, well, let me see you. Yeah, well, I'll be around. Okay. What the fuck is this?
How long is it back? He said I'm gonna that.
Or Zine just saying, I'm in Will's Discord, posting cheese wheels. You can't be stopped. Out of control or Zine, they call you. Figured. I don't know if the 15 keys will be enough. Okay, come on. Something good. Oh, fuck you guys.
Cheese for everyone.
Okay. So we didn't get into the antechamber, so we are going to head down to the workshop, build ourselves the motherfucking power hammer, crack into the green room, crack into the greenhouse, and then, I mean, we need to return the... I've got to return the emerald necklace, because that is currently getting us... Do you see I have 50 gems? 50. 50. Oh, and we've got dinner in the dining room. For this evening we are having... Ooh! 10 extra steps because we have the aquarium. So far, the piggy bank survives. For how long? One could not say. And again, it's not business fish. Business fish is fine. That is someone who had the audacity to cross business fish. Okay. Hammerman, hammer. Hammerman, hammer. But yeah, this will be the last thing we need to use the power hammer for, to my knowledge. To get to the greenhouse, hallway, entrance, den. Bobby. Here's the thing, Bronx. I wholeheartedly would support that. You know, what deities would I support, if not one one fully dedicated to revelry and wine, one dedicated to potatoes. Like, I am not a spiritual man, but it is hard to look at the universe in all its infinite complexity and mathematical impossibility and go, how do potatoes exist and why are they so amazing? I'm not saying potatoes equal intelligent design. I'm saying that potatoes equal some form of divine intervention. Okay, friends, it's time for the last of the smashy smashy. You're right, Akari. We should check the. All right, let's have a look. Oh, the original Gardener's Handbook. It was the fucking gardeners that did it. Oh, you wanker! I'm sorry, my London's showing. The original Gardener's Logbook, February 1990 to when I get fired. She loves me not. She loves me not. This is a record of my many indiscretions and lapses of judgment. Should this logbook ever be found, know that my guilt is exceeded only by my failings. Okay. Fucking Denny. As a groundskeeper of a vast estate, it is my responsibility to ensure the property remains well maintained and beautiful all year round. For the many green rooms of the manor and sprawling lawns, it is my duty to attend to every aspect of the grounds, ensuring they are orderly, presentable, and accessible, so they may be appreciated by both guests and family. That'll be the fucking day. This logbook, many years overdue, will serve as a record to some of my duties, discoveries, and contributions I have made to the estate over the many years. I have served here as groundskeeper, and however, many more yet to come. Not apparently. February 25th, 1990. A few months ago, I made a truly remarkable discovery in my role as the Mount Holly horticulturalist. Through years of breeding and experimentation, I successfully created a new species of flower with a fruit that resembles a gemstone in every detail. The fruit is not edible. It is nevertheless a marvel of nature, possessing all the beauty and brilliance of a genuine jewel, but with the added benefit of being entirely organic. Well, I mean, technically jewels are, but anyway. Despite the creation of this flower being my proudest accomplishment to date, my joy was slightly curbed when I was informed by Mr. Randolph Moore that my employee's company, Sneakna, had decided to deny my requests to announce my discovery to the public, completely disregarding many years of hard work and dedication to this project. In notes, this delusion was absolute rubbish. I have poured my heart and soul into this project, invested countless hours of research and experimentation to create something truly extraordinary. I feel this flower has the potential to make a significant impact on the field of horticulture, and it feels like such a waste to keep a gem like this hidden away, to quote, for further research. As I suspected, they wanted the flower to serve primarily as a cheap way to produce resources for the special floor plans. Okay. October 21st, 1990. I had high hopes for this logbook, but I have struggled to find reason to add another entry. My employer's decision earlier this year left me feeling disheartened, and I find it difficult to find the motivation to continue my work. I'm aware that my disappointment is affecting my performance, and I'm reminded of that daily when I see the houseplants slowly dying as I make my rounds. Perhaps I should quit. I really, really should have. January 8th, 91. My ambition is to be reignited. I overheard, perhaps with some prodding, that the employee contracts for the staff are kept within the Baron's private office. Of course, Baron's in on this. Private office in the 10th rank. In fact, I found this quite remarkable considering the house has only 9 ranks. This all but confirms the long-held suspicion of the rumoured 46th room is in fact north of the antechamber. Alright, cool. A suspicion I had always considered too obvious to be plausible. As much as I wish to abandon all pretense of caring about my job to focus on this new project, I fear I must resume my gardening duties for the sake of appearances. Of keeping up appearances. Sorry, Scotty, that's pretty much a joke for just you, me, and maybe Favor 6 if they fell asleep. As much as I wish to abandon all pretense, yeah, blah, blah, blah. It has, after all, been long since the north side of the house has received the groundkeeper's undivided attention. Let's trim the hedges and see what we find. So many jokes, so little time. Okay, so this is what we know. If there is a 10th rank, it is impossible to perceive its existence from the outside. So if it does exist, I'm going to assume that reaching it can only be done through the antechamber. Sadly, security has only gotten tighter in the years after Mary's disappearance, and that room is no longer locked behind regular doors that can be opened by regular keys. That would be too easy. Instead, the Baron had remote access levers installed in several locations of the house. Funnily enough, I already know the location of 3 of these levers, as they were recently installed in the greenhouse and 2 in the secret garden. It's almost like they were choosing green rooms just to tempt me. Indeed. Hyacinth bouquet. Actually, Scotty, jumping back to yesterday or earlier today. Oh god, time travel's weird. Anyway, the reason why my Eve pilot is called Wilhelm von Crab Battle, but it's spelt Crabottle. And I always enjoyed that idea. Hyacinth bouquet. Are you Mrs. Bucket? I don't think there's a more twee joke. But then again, I haven't watched Last of the Summer Wine in a long time, so who knows? Okay. March 10th, 1991. Oh, these past few months of exploration have yet to yield the fruit I seek, which is gems. I have, in that time, gained a much greater mastery of the estate, and have stolen many glimpses behind the black curtain that veils her many secrets. Both. The black curtain, not the red curtain. Among the more exciting of my recent finds was the discovery of a hidden chamber in one of our outer rooms, sealed shut by a false wall. The stale quality of the air and unmistakable aroma of corroded metal led me to believe this chamber had remained sealed for many decades. Within it, I found a large vat and a copper still, their time-worn surfaces streaked with creeping veins of oxidization and rust. Resealed in January after the deal in Reddington fell through. Oh shit, so they didn't manage to sell their shit in Reddington. Alright. I am unsure if these instruments can be restored to working condition, but if they can, I may yet find a use for the sugar beets and potato stores rotting away in the root cellar. August 4th, 91. At last, I finally discovered the location of one of the north levers. It is deep underground, in a location so far removed from any of the estate's plant life that I had discovered. It would have been completely I would have been completely vulnerable without any excuse but curiosity to offer my captor. As anxious as I was to pull it, I have decided to wait until the Baron is away, as it reduces the risk of being caught significantly. Once he leaves, I don't think that delay in returning will be hard to engineer now that Christoph is under my thumb and beholden to my command. Sinclair's inner sanctum. Ah, here we go. Okay, well, August 15th, 91. Well, there's no turning back now. After finally reaching the objective I had been working towards the last 4 months, I made the impulsive decision in the heat of the moment and took more than just my contract. I found something that I knew could give me the chance to make some money I felt was owed to me, and I grabbed the opportunity without really considering the consequences. Given that there are now only one missing file in the staff contracts, I have unwittingly left the incriminating trail leading directly back to me. My only hope is that they consider it too obvious to be plausible. I am almost positive that I'm not going to get away with it, but at this point I feel I owe it to myself to get what's coming to me, one way or the other. Okay. But yeah. So now we know it was the gardener who was blackmailing the shit out of Sinclair. Yeah, here we go. Red correspondent envelopes. That's as far as it goes. Yeah, also a hidden doorway. Okay, so the greenhouse now has a new door, which is very cool. And we never found that final note. Yeah, I see. The green print is now... Yeah, that's really cool. Because in others, we've seen ones where, you know, you could see out from here, and like this little gap here in the ilk, but now we know where all the gems are coming from. Okay, now is there anything else in here that I've missed? I guess now we can draft the green room pretty much whenever, and it's no longer a dead end. But the she loves me not. So yeah. You know, their attempt to start a bootleg alcohol ring kind of fell through. Okay, now to my knowledge, we have now done everything we need to do with the super hammer. So Alazara did say we'd know of 8 letters but never read more than 7. Alazara said a lot of shit. He was not helpful. Okay. No, sorry. I'm going to check item. The emerald bracelet, which is the fucking game changer. Not that we need more gems, but... Okay. So, is there anything we want to do this evening? Alright. So is there anything we want to do before we bring an end to this run? Because I think I've probably got like maybe one more day in me, maybe one more day and a half. Like I was talking with Jess about this when we were going to the store and just saying like, I fucking love this game. And the amount of times where I go hard when really my brain has given up. Like, there's so much to keep in your mind when it comes to blueprints, like, you know, its world, its history, there's so much.
Where is it?
And Bronx, that's an interesting thought.
Where's my basketball? Oh, it's over here.
Oh, crates in the tunnel, that's it.
Hey, bud.
And like Chonorus, I'm in good spirits today, right? Like if we do another run and my brain starts to dribble out of my ears, I'm just going to be a happy little stupid being like, just as I said, softly drooling from one corner of my mouth. But oh, and we do have the searing torch.
Oh.
All right, getting there.
Got it. Thank you.
But we've still got a ways to go.
Pointer? Two-pointer.
Is it too meta to have someone blackmail themselves? Well, I don't know. The blackmailers use the language of we. However, if you were a solo individual blackmailing his lordship, you wouldn't want to say I. You would want to say we. We implies organization. It implies, forethought, planning. I is a loner who may have gotten lucky. I just... also, if you're a blackmailer, you're not talking to third person. Verd and Flo learned this the hard way. The boulder is conflicted about blackmail. Okay. Sub chess. Yeah. This thing here. This fucking thing here. Now, we found some things that don't necessarily make sense. Cat was definitely potentially one of them from the key in the kennels. And then inside the lockers, we had that like 6 toral, which would make the middle word 6. Now, tor, to my knowledge, isn't. And the next one is L-O, and the only thing I can think of that is low. Torlo? But do the words make sense the other way?
Okay, focus.
Indeed, and if cat is the first one, then what word with A could lock in exactly with castle? Now, we did see one other 6-letter word jumping around, but that does mean that the second line won't work because it would be T, I guess tax, or I don't know. Maybe? But it is, so Peter, it is implied that the blue crown has some of the gems from the original red crown. Or the original black crown? But yeah, this is one of the puzzles that we're stuck on. You're right, DJ Coil, because we've seen the clue from the We've seen the clue from the locker. It's the third one I know we've seen. I'm desperately trying to remember. Alright, so DJ Coil, what are the other ones we've seen? Because again, if it's something that we've found on this run, like, blather away, like with the new clue, you know? Sit down here in the spooky caverns. Cloister and Blackbridge. Oh, yes. Do I need to go back into the cloister to check it? I try not to be a massive stupid here. Okay, firstly, I don't think you can say. Actually, Akari, that's a good point. That does imply that he nicked one of the red rubies as well, which could have been what got Marigold caught if she got caught. But you can't tell me that. Also, this discussion of Denny's is very Denny. And it's definitely making me think of Denny's, the food tour. I feel I am being personally targeted. Okay. Okay. Okay, so if no one's got any direct pointers to the things that we may have found with this one, we shall continue with the conclusion of this run. So was that thing of like, okay, what have we found? We can talk about it openly. What have we found? But don't be coy. It doesn't help anyone. It confuses me. Right. I will check the other side of Blackbridge. Oh! The back of statue in the cloister. Yes. That's what I was looking for. Where are you? I know I recorded that one. Okay. Kirk Darren is a pseudonym. I forget what that pertains to. Okay. Here we go. CX or GX ET. Verdant, have a lovely evening. Enjoy your dinner. Enjoy your fishing. And we'll go from there. Okay. It's just, we have a shitload of steps, and we have loads of things we can spend stuff on. There are, sadly, no more rooms for us to draft. So, checking them all again. And we did not get the axe, but we have concluded the Power Hammer adventures and improved the green room significantly. Okay, we'll go check Blackbridge. Okay. Now, this was the dead machine, which I thought we were going to be hooking up from the freezer. Alright, now where was that sticky note? I know you're here, bastard. Ah, here we go. I space IOO. Now we have the IOO. The space would be at A, but that puts the I at the beginning of kit. So like, no, my writing's too light here for it to see. So what are your thinkings with this one, friends? Because we have this one, and then, like I said, sorry, I've got so many pictures open in so many different spots. Trying to see if I can find the letter from the lockers. Best cat. Drafting. Underground puzzles. Noteworthy sheet. The IOO does, but the top I doesn't. Unless the cat means something different. Which would mean the CA is correct. That would make this top one CI. And we don't know about the T yet. So that means it would be CI blank. Now, CX at the top would be CIX, which I don't know what that gives us, apart from 6 spelt phonetically, and E blank T at the bottom. And then we have what we got from the shower. Six is 109. Okay. 109. Alright, now we're cooking with gas. Sorry, I'm trying to find the letter from the shower. Hey, Scotty, throw it in. Oh my life. Yeah, I'm gonna need an organizational system. Oh, ASCII Roman numerals. Lamentably, no. Oh, this was it. Mathematics worksheet. There's only one S in castle, which gave us 6. Beneath that was Tor, and then beneath that was L0 blank. So we have 6 CIX, which in Roman numerals is 109. Then we have A blank blank. Then we have 6 written normally. Then Tor, T-O-R. Then L-O blank. And then E blank T. Like, if you've got a pen and paper and you want to sketch it out, then go for it. This is getting into a level of like spelling difficulty, which might be beyond me, but we can squad this one up. Vanderbeest, you can ask a question about the Baldur's Gate playthrough, or feel free to drop any questions or thoughts or feels in the your job. But yeah, that was the... Now, I do wonder if the... If we bring it up, I do wonder if the locker room has more to it. We've got enough steps, enough keys to open the whole fucking thing. So, Vanderbeest, that is an excellent question. We went for the least amount of mods to cause the least amount of chaos. Let's see, Peter, if you've cracked it, you know, one of the reasons why I love doing these kinds of puzzle games together. Just having another little look up at the cool places. Fucking wee. Ah, good old Reddington. Sticking out like a thumb over there. No, DJ Coil, you're not. So it's 6, A blank blank blank, which my brain immediately goes ass. Then 6, Tor, low blank, E blank T. Yeah. Now, knowing fucking Herbert, there's probably some weird ways in which we connect these words, or we like saying it phonetically is supposed to make it make more sense. So 6 ass, 6 tall, tall. But I do believe I am not the person for whomst. Oh, okay. I see you, clock. Because, yeah, at this point, we've got 69 steps. Nice. And shitloads of keys.
Oh, dude, like, get the ball over there. Oh my god, I'm okay. Should be close to near the end, I imagine. Probably around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There might be one more.
The only thing that I would like to know is, does the power hammer have another use? Toy low yet. No. Sorry, that was my brain backing it up there. Do 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 do. To my knowledge, Jess is currently doing battle with a spooky basketball game. Okay. So.
Ready? Touch me. Hey.
Well, so DJ Coyle, you've been watching this run. Like, you know where we're at. You know what we're working towards and things like that. If there is something obvious that I'm missing, you know, by virtue of being the streamer in the chair and whatnot. Okay, so we got this one.
Alright. Yep. Well, yep. Yep. Okay.
Let's look for treasure. That's in the clock room. You gotta dig up the clock room.
Hold hands.
Great, the shoes. Deposit key 233. Just a quick jog before bed. Bearing in mind that Simon is maybe still sleeping outside in a tent. But maybe he's just more comfortable there. Creepy, weird little child. Okay. Yeah, so this we found. That's the pseudonym. Alright, you know what, DJ Coyle? Because you've spotted it and I haven't. So, what are you thinking? Tell me the thing.
Nice. Another one? Come on. Oh, that's a fail.
Okay.
I'd love if all the rest of them are dogs.
Manage 7 triggers though. That's not bad. If we can do kind of like an apple eating combo. Yeah, if we can manage an apple eating combo with the box removal. Huh. Every room affected by the pump room has a purpose, either empty or full. We haven't done them all. That is an interesting one. Now, obviously, that's going to be painful because we spent so much time. Ah, you telling me we have to drain the aquarium? Do you know what happens to people who end up on the wrong side of business fish?
It's the
But you're right. The kitchen, if we drain it, nothing happens. You fill it, you can refill. You can use the taps and refill the thing. The greenhouse waters the gardens give us gems. The reservoir and the fountain, we understand. Business fish has connections. He won't be there when it drains. Alright. Because of course I would never think to drain business fish's home. Okay. Okay. Aquarium. Now, aquarium is the third pipe. And that just goes into tank 1. And then we're going to pump that straight into the pool. Get to cover, business fish. Get to cover. Alright, dark room. Boiler room. Dining room. Soon to be incredibly guilty room. Yeah, he's going to the indoor pool resort. Okay, see? He's safe. No.
This is the mug store. Somehow we have received a fish with a business type. He raised our sales 1000%. He is our god.
He knows. He knows. Huh. That sure does look like an X marks the spot. On the cooker. Okay. So there is an arrow pointing to the cabinet of the archives. Wait. Okay. The X, okay. I don't see anything in here, in the bedroom. But let's look at it from some angles. Alright, I don't see anything else. But we can check the archives right now. Oh, sorry, Akaris. Thank you so much for the 200. And like that's the power of business fish. The Chornus might be right. This might be our last trundle round because we are Yeah, which room on which right? So much happening right now. This might be our last run because it looks like we're about to crack something, or feels like we're about to crack something. Something else with a pump room. We've used the powered area to help with like emptying the reservoir and all of that. Oh yeah, the laundry room is unpowered at this point, so there's nothing really to do with it. Laundry room X. Okay. You're right, this one is the laundry room. I don't see any... Oh! Okay, the laundry room also has another X. Good spot. So that means that we just need to look for our angles. Okay, and the laundry room is right the fuck here. We are the champions of fishing. Boo-doo-doo-doo. And that's where we go and use them. Okay, so now we need to see... I can't tell if that's the boudoir or her ladyships. See if there's an X or anything. Yeah, see? See? The true hero. The man myth, the fishy legend. Business, bush, business, bush. Eat 'em up, eat 'em up. Okay, okay. Yeah, it's alright. So, we don't have the patio today, but we can. But we do have the fucking... we have the key, and... we got more than enough steps to go check out what this key opens up. Boiler, passageway, let's go. Okay, so... oh, here we go. Okay, March 10th, 1886. Peace! The surrender has been accepted. Red flags flying over the capital, a bittersweet sight of comfort for many of this realm's war-weary citizens. After 28 years, peace has come at last. We, the staff of the Reddington Herald, join the citizens of Reddington, it's very red, in welcoming this new era of peace, and formally retract and disavow our prior printed support of the House Desliates? Desliates. Yeah, we are so solving. Okay. Royals flee in defeat. For shame, you cowardly coattails. In our most trying hour we clung, and in yours you ran. In this first public address since the end of the war, the victorious leader of the Fen army, General Treskin, did not express much sympathy for his fallen enemy. The royal family's departure was not unexpected, as rumors of their plans to flee to the neighboring realm of Adrea, which is where her ladyship's from, had been circulating even before war's end. However, the stubbornness of their departure has left many supporters feeling abandoned. It is a disgrace, a betrayal of the people they swore to protect. They have fled to foreign lands, seeking comfort and refuge while their people suffer and struggle to rebuild. This is not the kind of leadership we need. We need leaders who will stand with us in times of adversity, who will not abandon us when we are afraid to be our most vulnerable. Deslian princess born in exile. Or Desliates, princess born in exile. In the 4 decades since the end of the war, little news has reached our news desk regarding the former royals, whose life in exile remains a quiet source of speculation and mystery. Prince Rolf, the grandson of Destales IV, broke that silence on Tuesday when he announced the birth of his granddaughter, the Princess Catelyn Genari, who, in keeping with Adrain tradition, was endowed with her mother's surnames. You said March 10th instead of March 10th. Okay, good spot, good spot. Continue on page 6. Close supporters of the exiled family are, of course, concerned, as this public announcement displays a notable shift in the conduct of the royals and sets the stage for the family to exit private life and return to the public sphere. A change that would undoubtedly stir up long-buried allegiances and unrest to the realm. January 11th, tensions on southern border. The Crown's recent decision to dismantle the realm's remaining railways has caused increasing tension with our southern neighbour, Edra, who has for many generations relied on our realm's rail tracks for northern passage. Okay, the rail transport was the one thing that I didn't know when we were doing their rune and learnt from solving it, so that's fascinating. Who has many generations riding our realm's rail tracks for northern passage to Arch Ares. The ensuing round of trade negotiations with Adrea, which were concluded with reckless care and little diplomacy, have, to the surprise of no one, ended in an impasse. Early reports have alluded that in addition to their other demands, the Crown has requested the asylum granted to the former House of Destales be revoked. Okay. Well, we've solved that one, but yeah. Okay. Okay. Delete this? Yeah, so the Ordinian Ares royals fled to Edra. We know that, you know, the Grandmama herself came from that region. So I guess that explains where our royal bloodline comes from. The thing I still don't get is the blue, right? The Ordinian Ares royal family's color was black, right? Yeah, the country of Reddington, or the, the country of Edra Ares, I forget. Anyway, the country that we're in is still hunting the royal family to stop them from having a claim. That's why the Red Guard are everywhere. Fen Ares, thank you. Yeah, the Fen Ares king just wants them back for perfectly innocent reasons. Not to super duper murder kill them. No. Okay. Okay. So, is there anything else in the aquarium that I have missed? Right? Because we're on a... We're not going to be starting another run so that we have time to go eyeballs deep into whatever we have just started to uncover. And Fred, how are you holding up? Hallway and bedroom might have clues. Alright, let's go have another look. Okay, so for bedroom, I didn't see anything. And I did clear out all of the water. Yeah. we know where we got to go for the patio. And the hallway. Is that an X under the chair? I'm not sure. We can check it. Because here, if you're looking at it straight on, like it's hard to see because it's obscured by this little bit here. So it's very possible that this is the same. Then again, there are only 4 pieces here listed. I guess that one back there as well. Alright. Now that one is the quote-unquote bedroom, which is up by the rotundra. So if you see the X on here, we can dig this mother hobbit up. Okay. But yeah, so now we have times and dates as to when the Royals booked it. You know, and with obviously them learning Edrin, with that being where the Royals were hiding, you know, that being where Simon's grandma's family comes from, you know, that early family tree. So they must have adopted the name. Oh no, because the name would have been lost, right? Because this is one of the early things that we found was the family tree in the cellar. I'm fishing it out now. Where's the family tree? Okay, yeah, here we go. Baroness Juva, Baron Thomas Sinclair. So Lady Ashlyn married William Epson, and whatever's going on here is probably the connection. Okay. Oh. Hello. Sorry, this is like a whole ass raid coming in or something. Alright, just in case any of you are here avoiding Blueprint spoilers, I'm gonna look out over the veranda, so you don't have to worry about things getting spoiled. We're doing kind of like last puzzly solvey stuff. I was gonna raid into you.
I know.
Terror. Throwing my plans out the window. Thwarting my plans. But Business Fish would like to welcome you all. Squat sale when? They hit max today. They actually hit max. I won't say spoilers, but this was Little Fire's suggestion. Oh, good. Oh, good. Eagle Beans, welcome back. Watto and welcome. Fish dab, fish dab. This fish have legs, and these fish can dab. Oh, fuck you, son. There we go. Alright. Jamami, that's a lot of points. Thank you, but also... Avatar! Oh, hang on. Didn't quite get it there. That doesn't count, so give me another shot. Alright. Avatar! There we go. Business Fish approved. But yeah, so... Yeah. I hope your stream was good. like the basketball horror game seemed really interesting. Over here, we've ticked off a lot of little things. We haven't done anything massive. We kind of have, but not like super massive. And thanks to Business Fish, we just cracked some stuff. So I don't want to say any more to those of you who are like studiously avoiding spoilers, but just friends, please don't sleep on blueprints. Like, if you started it today, you'd probably be finishing it around the same time as me, and you're going to have an incredible time. Get a notebook, you know, get a nice like coffee or tea blend, and just have a great time with it. You know? Yeah, Jamami, go get some sleep. I won't be starting another run, just because my brain is goo, and knowing our luck, the next run would be like 4 hours long. And then I think Little Fire would have every reason to, yeah, clawhammer style. It's not even pretty. So yeah. Anyway, we're gonna get back to Puzzly Kraken in just a second. But yeah, thank you all for coming over, and hey, thank you for the raid. I know it's just from across the room, but it doesn't mean I'm not appreciative. Chaunerus, if I get the hours in the day to go through the setups, but honestly, I'm going to try hooking up that printer later and seeing if that works. Because there's a couple of like documents I'd love to print out and just staple up. Okay, this is your last warning. We're going to go back to puzzle cracking. So, have a lovely rest of your evening, or come hang while we crack this, and then I promise I will find some lovely non-Little Fire people to crack into. Yeah. Well, you're not streaming. They hate us because they ain't us. All right, but we now know where we got to dig. I don't see anything else in the bedroom though. Unless am I looking so close for the X, I'm missing the obviousness. You know what, Akari, it's not stupid. Now, that particular hallway, I think we don't have. I think that's the standard corridor. But we do have the bedroom. So let's go check that and just have like a little pixel hunt. Because the thing is, like, we've got protection from the archives. So we can head back. Now, Akari, that's the thing. I don't know if we're doing an ugly shopping district bit, or if I need to start being paranoid about dish shapes. Okay. So this is the spot. Dun, 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 no, 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 no. Okay. So the moon's gotta start being Huh. Sure does look like that opens, doesn't it? That moon has got to be something to do with the royal family. Like, it's not their sigil, it's their, I don't know. Damn it, Simon, why can't you jump? Curse your weak child knees. spend all this time getting rich and doing puzzles. You should be doing jumping jacks. I will say, though, from the blackmailer's letter, the she loves me not is slightly worrying. Well, thankfully, we're out of squats today, but yeah, maybe he should. Corners the carpet. Would be my luck if this carpet was actually a huge clue as well. Okay. Yeah, so, Peter, we've purchased everything available from the gift shop right now. So... You know, the trophy room is still the weirdest room now I stop and think about it, because, like, Herbert's never shown an interest in hunting, so this must have been his brother. Unless it's all fake. Okay. And Jonas, that sounds right. Okay. We also now know there is something we need to do in the clock tower. Okay. Yeah, so at least until we work out what else there is. So we need to dig in the patio. I'll add that to the master mystery list. The clock tower, we definitely need to try and get here either before as it's setting. Oh yeah, under the grill. I'll find the family recipe for barbecue. Look, we did, well, if I natted for an hour and a half, we did like a good 5 hours of blueprints tonight, and it feels like we made a shitload of headway. Alright. Hang on. I mean, I'm happy to go back up to the clock tower, but... They didn't look like they were anywhere close to synchronizing. Okay. Yeah, so this is the time on the floor. All right. Well, we can... That'll only take a minute or so. Let's see what we get. So we need 90 seconds real time. All right, and we'll see if we get anything from that. And if we don't get anything from that, hey, we came up here, we made this last run do so much. And honestly, I'd rather end it on a sane, good note than do that thing I've done in previous weeks where I keep going and I'm just drooling out of one side of my mouth. And someone say 130 squats? Not for free. Not for free. That smells so good. Oh, just finishing it up. Are we gonna have ribs while being pirates tonight? Is that our night? Yeah. We're just waiting out the clock on this to see what happens. It's coming up. And I guess, like, how long do we have to see if it does anything? Thankfully, this clock is broken on the time we need to be keeping an eye out for, but... Alright. Here we go. Yes! Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. No, and see, Scotty, this is why it's a group game. This is why it's not just me. This is also why I didn't say we were doing another fucking run. Because I know smarter. Alright. Oh, this is fucking cool. Motherfuck! Shitballs bastard twatting puzzle solving. Your reward is another puzzle. Each of the clocks should be set to a different time. 5 of these clocks should be set to a time ending on the hour. Set this clock to a time containing all different numbers. Well, that's a lie. This clock's neighbors should both be set to a time containing 7. This clock should not be set on the hour. Will this be open the next time we come in here? This is so much. This is like a super math time logic puzzle. All right. Okay. All right. But we know it's here. We also... Did we get to the antechamber? Okay, so here are the clues again, if you want to timestamp this. Clock 1 says, each of these clocks should be set to a different time. Clock 2, 5 of these clocks should be set to a time ending on the hour. Clock 3, set this clock to a time containing different numbers. Now that is red, so it is false. Clock 4, this clock's neighbors should both be set to a time containing a 7. Clock 5, in red, this clock should not be set to on the hour, ending in 00, which means it should. Clock 6, in blue, none of these clocks should be set to times that contain the number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Clock 7, in blue, this clock should be set to a time that contains the same 3 numbers of another clock, but in reverse order. And then last but by no means least, in a different font, in red, the clocks are positioned so that their times will go up in ascending order. Okay, so clock 8, puzzly puzzle. Alright, if you beautiful Mother Hubbards want to jam on that one, and we can come to it next week, that is entirely fine. But it is time to roll credits, say thank yous, and pass you on, because my brain is goo and leaking out from my ears. But seriously, I was very sure that I had biffed up a whole bunch of stuff today, and you know what? It's been lovely. Yeah. We now have extra stuff to do once we hit commissary up. Once we hit the patio next week, and that archive one is going to be an absolute winner. Vern, that was so stressful last week. Probably why I just didn't calm down for like days. My nightmare of you have 30 minutes to complete a test, you haven't studied, and you weren't prepared. Anyway, look, I'm going to be a cheeseball for a second. Thank you all. Alright? Yeah, no, brace us back in the vault. Brace us back in the vault. Look. I am a constant worrier, as I talked about a lot, and I love streaming. I really fucking love streaming. Games like this, and getting to share them with a squad, getting to share them with all of you lot, is why streaming is such a fucking brilliant thing to do. So for that, thank you. Like, if you've been lurking and not spoiling, if you've chucked money at my stupid face to keep me alive, whatever you have done, seriously, thank you. From me and my dinosaur sticker covered book and business fish and everyone. And to that end, I would like to thank the following people who have put cash money dollars into keeping me doing this, keeping me my little bum in this mech chair. Not going to say thank you to the people that made me do the maximum amount of squats in a day. That's going to hurt later. To Stepagen, Down on the Dwarf, Minnesota is a myth. Like, whether you were tagged by J-Post of House Carl or celebrating like 91 months or anything in between, thank you. To Eriman, Kari Zero, J-Post, Bacon Avenger, Numbers, Shatara, and Vanderbeest, it doesn't matter if you use those bits to send jokes or fuck with me or what have you. That is money that keeps this going, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you. To Nova, Moose, Caffeine, and Toll, I know I'm a pain in the arse and a fucking disaster, but you lot keep this going, supporting me and the hard work you put in that people do not see. Seriously. Best mods I could ask for. Thank you. And last but by no means least, Little Fire. I know it came from across the room, and as is preparing a fucking delicious feast now. Seriously. I appreciate all raids, and I expect nothing. So thank you. And that's it. I'm going to pass you all over to... Damn. Slim Pickens. You know what? Margin Walker is currently playing 2 Point Museum and has their cat on screen, and the cat is being adorable as all hell. So let's go say hi to a cat. That's it. Right. Whatever you do with the rest of your evening, have a wonderful time. I'm just going to yeet you over there now. It's been a good night. Thank you, puzzle solvers, VOD watchers, and glorious degenerates. I'll see you tomorrow, friends.